Okay, we will open the Selectmen's meeting of September 8th, 2011. Let the record show that all the selectmen are present. The time being 4:37, a little bit late. I would like to open this meeting with a moment of silence in memory of Vicki Virgin. Norm, you wanna?
I just want to say that the town of Tilton sustained a great loss last week when Vicki Virgin passed away. When you think about what a pillar of a community is, she epitomizes the term pillar. She was a great strength in this town. She's a former selectman, budget committee member, zoning board member, park commissioner, also budget committee for the fire district. I don't think there was any facet of this town in which Vicki did not serve. And to lose an asset like that really is a devastating blow to this town. She will be greatly missed. She was a wealth of knowledge. And I can even think back to when we celebrated the town's centennial over 40 years ago. There was Vicki and her husband heading up the whole thing. So, Vicki, you will be missed. You were a true pillar of Tilton.
Thank you, Norm. Well said. Anybody else? Okay. I think we all, that's said it for all of us. Thank you. Next on our agenda, we do have someone coming in at 5 o'clock. Mr. Nichols will be coming in. We do have information. We have, everybody has this sheet, right, Joyce? That draft sheet. I thought Tim copied.
Yeah, he gave you two sheets.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you want that SOU printout? Because Tim already has it. Did you want one for tonight?
No, I wanted the memorandum of understanding.
Yeah, that's what she's talking about, the
Oh, I
SOU.
thought you meant the money
SRO.
I thought you meant the money portion of it. I wanted the memorandum of understanding. Here,
Yes.
I can get it tomorrow.
Oh, I printed it out.
Awesome.
Okay, we have approval of the minutes of August 4th. Is it too much for you?
Well, I'm not blowing around. These are all yours. They were in the cup. Oh, thank you. And Thank you. That's what you wanted.
Awesome, yes, thank you.
On page 3, on 1, 2, the third paragraph down, third or fourth sentence, there will be championing done. That's chamfering. CHAMFER.
And this
You mean
is,
seal and recut the camphor?
well, you're on page 2, and I was going to say the same thing. On page 2, in that third paragraph, the one that starts out Chair Constantino, the third sentence, it says seal and recut the camphor. That's chamfer, CHAMFER.
It really should say beveled edge, because chamfer strip is the material used to make the beveled edge. It's the beveled edge
A
they're going to
chamfer
fix.
is a beveled edge.
Well, in our terms, concrete terms, chamfer is the wood that makes the beveled edge.
Well,
Either way. It's definitely not camphor.
On the top of page 3, first sentence, Dennis's time, reimburse the town for Dennis's time. Dennis ends in S, so it isn't apostrophe S, it's just apostrophe. So the second S is
Redundant.
redundant. Middle of the page, page number 3. Entire culvert's going to be uncovered to make sure that the pieces are tight on the outside.
where are you?
Right in the middle of page 3. Third paragraph, I guess, it's second, third sentence. The culvert's going to be uncovered to make sure that the pieces are tight on the outside. They're going to be just placed as solidly as they can, right?
Right.
Because maybe they can't be placed
Correct.
together on the outside.
On page 1, last paragraph, at 4:40 PM, Chair Constantino made a motion. And on page 3,
You make the motion.
I make them.
the first sentence, Mr. Holden said, "Is they reimburse the town for Dennis's time, he will not have to be on the site all day."
I think it's supposed to
If-
be if.
That doesn't even make sense. I remember he said something like that, too. Maybe they don't want him to be on site all day.
They don't. He said that. That was very
No, they
clear.
will not have to be on site all day.
Because they would have to pay, right.
Yeah.
Well, guess what?
Down toward the end, on page 3, the end of that same paragraph, Peter Holden will send the selectmen a copy of the status report and keep them constantly updated as to what is going, should be on in there, what is going on from the process of molding the replacement right through to the end. And the very last sentence in that paragraph, and if this cannot be done, it says they, the insurance company, but if you just remove the they part there, that works really good. If this can't be done, the insurance company is to be contacted for a copy.
Hey Joyce, have we gotten a copy of their status report?
From the...
Holden.
Nothing. All I have are just the emails.
Which is probably what they've done, too.
How did you just leave it with Jeff? Has he called? Are they calling back?
I left Jeff a message and I talked to Steve Gard and I told him to call back. So that either that phone will ring or your phone will ring. Would you call them tomorrow, Holden? And ask them, tell them, they have a copy of it. They need to email it to us.
A copy of the status report.
Right. Remember they filed it with the insurance company for the bond?
Oh, that.
Remember that?
Yeah.
There's a status report on that bridge. Where is it at? And the bond company seemed to have gotten erroneous reports.
Right, you're supposed to send us a copy of what they sent.
Right.
Peter Holden will send the selectmen a copy of the status report and keep them constantly updated as to what is going on from the process of molding the replacement piece right through to the end.
And guess what?
I can't wait for the end, let me tell you.
Yep.
On page,
Selectman Dawson has to have a copy of the status report faxed to the selectman's office tomorrow.
And you did. I think tomorrow is the word you used.
Yeah, it's voted. I'm sorry for interrupting.
it didn't,
And yet,
hasn't made a difference, has it?
No, that was August 4th.
yeah,
That was over a month ago.
yeah, it was. The middle of page 5, two-thirds of the way down, Tilton Parks Commission has asked the Tilton Parks Commission to step into the role of planning these events. That would be ROLE. As opposed to into a large piece of bread.
If you go up, same page above, second paragraph, Winnisquam Marine is spelled incorrectly, Winnisquam.
Oh, they did it again. Spell check doesn't like the way we spell it.
How would spell check spell it? I mean,
That's the way they
proper
spell it.
name.
That's the way they spell check wants it.
What you
I
have
have
to
that
do
trouble
is,
too.
when it comes up with a suggestion, you click add, and it adds the spelling you have in.
Really?
Yes.
What do you do?
If you, when you run it through spell check, and
Yeah,
it stops at that word, and it comes up with all these various words that may
yeah,
be if you click add, the
yeah.
word you have spelled as you spelt it is now added to the dictionary, and it won't come up again.
Ta-da, you add it to your dictionary.
That's what we had to do to get her word processor from put in Constantino instead of consenting.
Oh, that's good. I'm going to do that. Thank you.
What they envisioned. What they envisioned for the downtown. Healthy river. We're trying to make as much of the river as possible. As much on the bottom of page 5, the next to the last sentence, it says, "Their concept of this plan is to try and make as much as the river accessible." I think it would sound better to say as much as
As much of
the river as possible accessible to the downtown. There is an opportunity with a piece of town-owned property that is, oh, I think that has to be changed too. Where the next sentence says, "There is an opportunity with a piece of town-owned property, that is the parking lot adjacent to the Tilton Town House of Pizza." I I think what he was getting at is making the river accessible would be possible with, you know, that piece of town-owned property, but it's just, it needs to be changed a little bit, I think, to make it make more sense.
Page number 7, under Town Administrator Joyce Fullwiler. Halfway through that paragraph, it says that Joyce said they did not succeed last year, but now the have moved up and are a higher priority.
Okay.
I would say it should be they. Now they have moved up.
Catherine? Just a little thing on the bottom of page 8. Well, page 8 doesn't have a page number.
That would be 1.
And then at the bottom, you just need to, on the second sentence at the bottom, it says Tuesday, August 9th at 7 p.m. and Monday, August 15th. You just need to capitalize August.
Also, the paragraph just above that, the first sentence, Ernie's on East Main Street said he/ha checked. Should be he has checked.
Top of that page. Joyce, second paragraph. Joyce said they talked about the gazebo on the island that Allen built as a memorial. That should be built with a T.
No, this is Catherine. Okay. Okay. Well, we're having our meeting now, and we wanted to have some type of information as to, you know, what do you want.
On page 11, again, on the second paragraph down, it's Winnisquam is incorrect.
Page 10 isn't numbered.
That's weird. Just gonna try to get hold of Peter Holden.
Who is it?
They're gonna call the desk.
Was that Rosano?
Rice, Bill Rice.
Are there any other corrections or concerns on the minutes of 8:4?
I move we accept the minutes as corrected.
Second?
Motion's been made and seconded to approve the minutes as corrected for August 4th, 2011. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm going to turn that fan down.
Okay.
Can I ask Joyce a question about the minutes? Mm-hmm. Hey, Joyce, our letter to Department of Transportation, you CC'd Ray Burton on it? Oh, will you? I was just going to ask if he responded.
No, I did find out that our letter is just sitting on an empty commissioner's desk.
Nice.
They're waiting for, as is the state highway plans that they're supposed to be revising.
The proposal,
How about if we
That's
send,
the plan.
that went back to Kunenoff. That went back to Walter Kunenoff,
it did.
the proposal, yeah. One of the directors over in the signage department of transportation off of Route 106.
Winter maintenance policy, we're back to that.
No,
Sign,
it's 93, Route 93,
signs on Route 90,
attraction signage.
attractions.
Oh, okay, we're talking about different things.
Okay.
I was talking about our letter. No action has been taken on it, that's why we haven't received a response. Letter to Jeff Rohart.
You know, maybe we should broaden our copying. Maybe we should send it to the governor,
Yeah?
send it to Ray Burton. Did you send it to our general court representatives, all three of them? We have three, right? We have
one senator,
One senator,
two
two.
representatives.
And did any one of those respond?
Remember, the state is supposed to be revising their winter maintenance policy.
Oh, yeah, to reflect
Right,
their,
and nothing's been done with that because we're waiting for the winter. It's just sitting on it.
Can we make some phone calls to find out what they're going to do? There's an interim commissioner there now, because he called me back on the attraction signage and asked him to take it off the desk that's empty and start looking at it.
I'd get it to Ray Burton, and you might want to email him, tell him it's coming, and ask him that we would expressly like him to look into this problem for us. Don't you think?
Yes, absolutely.
Everybody?
I agree. Everybody agree?
Agree? Ray's usually pretty good about that stuff.
Also, in the FYI folder is the 10-year plan hearings. Ray Burton has the motions, he has the largest, and I circled the dates that he's going to be in Franklin, their selectmen's meeting. There's going to be another meeting.
We'll move our selectmen's meeting.
Because I think we should.
I think it's
attend,
important,
because that's a
right.
perfect forum to get heard.
Certainly is.
I think that's very important. I think we should probably move our selectmen's meeting.
You have that schedule?
It's in the FYI folder.
Okay.
It listed all the districts and when the hearings would be.
Ray's awfully good about listing his itinerary on his website.
Yes, I saw this.
September 26th, Monday, Laconia, 8 a.m. District 1. That's what you have.
The other one is in Franklin.
Oh, you don't have that one.
Is it on the front?
That's council. Ray Burton, Monday. The only one in Franklin is September 15th, which is Councilor Dan St. Hilaire, District 2. So it's Laconia, 8 a.m. on September 26th, Monday. Ray Burton. Okay. Oh, I can't make it.
Mornings are not mine for a while, so.
Shoot. I have to pay. Is he calling tonight?
That's not good news. Can't get a hold of anybody as Bill Rising now.
So he's still trying to call Jeff?
Yeah, he can't get a hold of anybody. Peter's in a meeting. There's no resolution. No resolution right this minute. He wanted us to give him till tomorrow to see what he can work out with Hiltz. I told him I felt it was time to take the route of firing him from the job and going for the performance bond and hiring somebody else.
I've been saying performance bond for a while.
So
That's our records,
he,
because they're not doing the work.
is it okay that he's calling you, Pat? So he's got Pat's cell phone, so he's going to call her tomorrow.
He's going to call tomorrow, not tonight?
No, well, unless,
Switch it back to silent then.
yeah, he's gone to a meeting, and unless Hiltz calls him in the next few minutes.
Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Nichols, you want to come on up? I will, yeah, pull up another chair for, I will again ask you if you'd like this to be in a private session or public session. That would be up to you.
Private.
Okay? I will at this time make a motion to enter into non-public as per RSA 91A:3, C, matters if discussed in public would likely affect adversely the reputation of any person.
Second.
Roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes.
We're ready to tar and feather Hill.
We are red.
Okay, we're back online.
Okay.
Make a motion to seal the minutes permanently as they pertain to an individual and
Reputation.
reputation.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, while Joyce is taking care of that, let's change the agenda up a little bit so that we can keep on moving and perhaps maybe get out of here before midnight.
You said we were leaving at 6.
Yeah, we are. We got 25 minutes.
25 minutes ago, huh?
We were served again today, so that's my serving papers. All right. Let's see, old business, the personnel policy, I didn't get a chance to read it. The Grange, update on this, oh, Joyce is going to bring that in her business, Pine Street Bridge.
The only thing I could add on the Pine Street Bridge is I had a long conversation with Dennis, and, you know, he made several suggestions which, I was going to bring to the board, but Catherine's already called and
What
talked
were
to.
Dennis's suggestions?
Well, he was saying to talk to them and just let them know that no more waiting. They're to show up and give them a deadline of, say, September 19th, which I believe is a Monday, and that at that time, if they have to divert the water, they divert the water, but to get the bridge put in. And that he also suggested, because he did say that the asphalt plant's closed November 15th, for the season. So he said, and he would also suggest, because once everything has been compacted and everything's in place, he said, then you only let them put the base coat of asphalt on, because it needs to sit a while before you put the final coat on. And to allow them to do it in the same fall period would be rushing it and would end up with, it's going to settle a little bit. So they would put the base coat on, get that all squared away. It would be open to the public, and they'd come back next year and do the final coat on the bridge. He also said to ask them point blank, have you ordered, do you have the railings for the bridge? He said that's important to know, because if they haven't ordered them yet,
Have we asked anybody that?
no. So we need to find out if they've ordered the railings, the safety railings for the bridge. So anyway, this is what Dennis suggested, and he said, and you don't take anything off of them. He just says, no, you've got to do it now. We're already coming up, we're at the middle of September. In 1 month, the asphalt plant will be closed for the winter. We have assured everyone that's asked that that bridge would be open this year, and if they keep delaying like they are now, it won't be. So they either get started, if it means dewatering the brook, then they dewater the brook. Because it's not going to get any drier. We've got more storms forming out in the Atlantic, and they're going to be coming up. So the rain's not going away, and like Dennis said, September is notoriously a very wet month in New England. So, we expect it, and it's doing like it usually does, and they know this as well. So to keep saying, well, the water's too high, the water's too high, then you say it doesn't matter. You dewater it, and you fix it, and then reopen the brook again. So, anyway, that was my conversation with Dennis, because, like he said, I'm just afraid at the rate you're going, you're not going to have a bridge this winter, because they're going to wait too long. So,
Mrs. Scambati's landscaping.
Yeah, that too.
They'll have to come,
Spring thing.
they're gonna have to come back in the spring to
Yeah.
plant some of those plants if they want
Yeah.
them to stay.
I mean, there may be
They
some,
can try planting them in the fall, but they'll have to guarantee them.
right.
Or if they hire out
They'll be back
somebody
in.
like Belknap Landscaping with a list of what she needs planted and where.
Yep.
That's on them, though.
It'll have to
Right.
be guaranteed. We'll have to make sure it's guaranteed.
Absolutely.
Have we got the list from Mrs. Scambati is what I'm...
No, we have not got the list.
Who was,
She was going to call Catherine and give us the list.
okay. So anyway, that's where we sit now, and I agree with him, and then, of course, Catherine talked to them and let them know that she wanted them here Monday morning, so, which is really giving them a deadline, but now it seems like they're not responding, so we don't know what's happening. But, like Dennis said, this is your deadline. You either get here or we're going to start imposing a penalty every day until you do get here. We're tired of all of this. So,
Yeah, I called them Tuesday, I guess, and told them we'd had enough, need a schedule. I talked to Todd Query, Jeff Hilt, Bill Rosignol. I talked to all three of them. Every time I communicate with the contractor, I make sure I communicate with the engineer because I'm not letting them off the hook. We tried to communicate with him tonight, only the engineer would make contact. I did get in touch with Todd Query.
Who, Mr. Rosignol or...
Todd Query is Hills Construction.
Todd Query
Oh, Bill
is.
Rosignol,
You said you
yes.
talked to the engineer.
I talked to Bill Rosignol. And they called back twice.
He's gonna
So
be
the
in touch
engineer is,
tomorrow.
yeah, so he's going to get in touch with us tomorrow. I told Bill Rosignol, the engineer, or one of the engineers, that in my opinion, my personal perspective was, I've reached a point where I want to fire Hills from the job and use the performance bond to pay for the project, and then I wanted to convince the rest of the selectmen to do the same. He wants Friday to talk to them. I think we need to look at the contract and find the clause that allows us to charge him so much a day for not being on the job,
right, I agree.
and go back to, I mean, his argument about the brook being high, he thought it was high August 4th. I bet it's even higher now. But he does have dewatering in his bid. So,
Well, it really doesn't
I
matter
can't cut
to
him a lot
me
of slack.
what it's going to cost him to do this. If he'd done it right the first time, he wouldn't have all these additional costs. So it's time. I mean, we've been
A year.
nursemaiding this thing along all year, and it's, here we are approaching winter, and it's no closer to being ready than it was before, so.
Well, they're going to contact Pat, I hope that was okay. Tomorrow.
Sure.
So my feeling is, if we haven't heard from them by noontime, high noon,
I know.
we start making phone calls to them.
Okay.
Okay, I can be down here around that time. And then, if everybody's agreed, I think, depending on the outcome, if it's not satisfactory tomorrow, then we need to pursue other avenues.
Aye. Oh, no, never mind.
All right, so maybe we'll be meeting for a short time before next Thursday.
Might be.
Because it's really, we need, so Dennis is right, we need to make certain in our communications with them tomorrow, have the guardrails been ordered? We need to know that.
They don't have the guardrails ordered by now. 5 months, 3 months, whatever, after the bridge is supposed to be complete, I'm going to be very disappointed. I have lots of letters that says, yep, the bridge is coming, August 4th, August 18th, August 7th, bridge is coming.
All right.
Christmas is coming,
Coming.
and that's date certain.
Yep, good.
Hey
Maybe
Joyce,
it came and
Not
went.
if they put Holden in charge.
I'm reading this order of notice from Gaudette,
Yep.
and on page 2, number 7, The town of, number 6, the town of Tilton acknowledges the application was timely filed. The town of Tilton has provided no response to the petitioner's application for abatement.
No, because at the time of 2009, it just automatically includes 2010, because he had already filed. So even if he hadn't filed an abatement, 2010 would be considered.
I'm lost.
He
He filed for an abatement, an initial abatement.
In 2009.
Did we respond to it?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Okay, and then he appealed to the Superior Court in 2000,
Yep.
whenever the hearing was.
Yep.
While it was being appealed to Superior Court, he also filed an abatement for the 2010, which is a given. He didn't have to do that,
Right.
because while 9 is pending,
Sure.
10 is pending.
Of course you're going to do that.
Right, so he did file one for 2010, but he didn't have to. That was not responded to. He didn't have to.
Okay. Thank you. Now I understand.
But what he did is, he withdrew
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought-
Yeah, 2009.
at the last minute.
yeah.
So we said, well, we still got 2010. He didn't withdraw 2010.
And this property is for auto serves. Is there some way that we can, is the board agreeable that maybe perhaps we can contact them and do the same thing we did for Tilton School and come up with an agreement that's going to last for 5 years instead of being brought to court every year? It's very costly to the town.
Well, it's a different situation.
Right.
The Tilton School agreement was on, what is taxable,
The
what is not
assessment, right.
taxable, because, there's some gray areas. Is this a hallway that leads to a room that teachers tutor students?
Yeah, I understand that.
So
I understand.
it's a whole different situation. I think you're opening the door for us to have those agreements for all property owners.
Right.
It's as expensive for us as it is for them.
Every year.
And they're taxpayers, so they're footing the bill both ways, to a certain extent. But I wouldn't want to open that door.
Okay. Just a question.
That's their 2010, but we wouldn't have responded because it was currently in litigation.
Yeah, well, we probably could have responded,
And said,
And
no,
said-
we're not going to do anything
because we'll wait to see the outcome of the court, but some sort of response might have been. We didn't have to, though.
Didn't have to, but it doesn't hurt.
I think the law says that we don't have to respond to an abatement that we're not going to take action on, do we?
I'd have to look up the actual language of the statute. Where is the criminal records check?
Send that out, gives them it's in their options to go forward. Okay. So we're
Right.
going to,
Does that answer your question?
yeah, are we going to allow the attorney to go forward with it?
Good thing I looked at.
Who's the current attorney? No. Oh, does he know that? Oh, he knows it, so.
In the meantime,
Well,
Just not happy with that man.
2009 was withdrawn, so right now there is no litigation because 2009 was withdrawn. So this is brand new.
no, it was submitted in March of 2011,
Yeah, but this
and he had until September 1st.
suit was filed on August 30th.
What I'm saying is the 2009 litigation was withdrawn. This 2010 was just served, so there's nobody litigating for us.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, that, well, you have to file an appearance.
Right,
You
but
know it has to be an attorney.
there is no one right now taking care of this matter for us, correct?
Correct.
So, I'll
But
make,
at some point, you have by September 20th, I'm sorry, by October 4th, you have to file an appearance with the court.
Right.
That's a
so we need to
one-page
pick a
document.
lawyer. Who are we going to pick?
But we were going to review a few.
Yeah.
What about that one that we talked about last week?
Right.
One in Wolfboro?
Yep.
Susan
I only know what I've heard. I don't know anything by experience.
Well, we
Well,
could,
if it's what you heard, good, or?
Yeah.
I mean, we could certainly try her. If we don't like her, we just won't use her again.
This is a big one.
What property is this?
This is a big one.
This one?
Sir?
That's what I thought.
That's $4 million.
I didn't recognize the address.
But so far, every time he's withdrawn at the last minute.
How long do we have to file an appearance?
October 20th.
Our buddy down to Fiddler's Choice could file an appearance for us.
No, remember we just went through that with Wachovia.
Right. No, we can't. Cannot do that.
Why?
There were rules, the court rules said, no, we can't do that.
Who's our buddy
We
down?
can't have one attorney file the appearance and then the other represent us?
I'm sorry. I thought you meant to have the town file.
No, I said our buddy down to Fiddler's Choice.
Is that Scott?
Scott, what the
Oh, he's Shaw Road.
He what?
Shaw Road.
Not Fiddler's Choice.
That's down, he's in that area.
Fiddler's Choice is off Oak Hill.
It's close.
All right, so draw up the appearance and then let's hire the Wolfboro person?
I'm saying let him file the appearance, that gives us time to review a couple.
Okay.
Can we send out some letters to a couple of lawyers and get their interest in bios and whatever,
Cost,
costs, all the information that we need and see if they're
references, From other towns?
availability?
But in the meantime, you want Scott to just file an appearance, so we've
Right.
got that covered. And
We
then
think-
we have until
Yes,
November
I make a
3rd.
motion, we go with Scott to file an appearance.
a second.
Then we have till December 3rd?
November 3rd to file a plea.
So
Okay.
that buys us a couple months. So what do you think? Is that a plan?
We only have a week or two to get
Yeah.
someone in, because
You're
we...
thinking.
Well, it's like, how long would it take, but
Why don't we
we
just...
have to have this appearance filed by October 4th?
September.
Why don't we
Says
just go with the lady?
October 4th?
But
Why don't we just go with her?
I guess she wants to think about it. I mean, Susan Slack is good. She,
I was asking Joyce, but she's off.
Why don't we just go
When does the
directly...
appearance have to be filed?
October 3rd.
Oh,
Why don't we just go with Susan Slack?
October 4th.
so what do we all know? We don't know, we have no experience with her. None whatsoever,
We can ask
I've
her
only
to
heard
provide
things.
references.
you know?
check.
I can tell you other attorneys I've heard are great, and then I turn around and find out. I mean, in my mind, I think I want a certain, go for the juggler
Right,
kind of person,
right.
not really a paper pusher lawyer. Dazzle them with briefs.
We don't,
Well, the thing
we don't
is,
want
I mean-
to
mean,
put their
like-
children
like
to
our-
college.
Right.
Is that a
So,
boilerplate?
like
if we can
thing?
buy ourselves some time
He was
to interview them, I mean, look at the attorneys we interviewed for the union.
Right.
I mean, the things came in colossal. The ones that I picked were not the ones we ended up with.
Well, we know we
The
don't
ones on
want
paper.
Farman, and we don't want Brouillard, we know that.
And that one that we had there with Tinker.
Well, you want some attorney that has some experience dealing with commercial property. Oh, that's your one.
Commercial property, and you also want somebody that's
You've
got
got-
some tenacity to
You've
really
got
go after.
Mitchell's office in Laconia does municipal law. I mean, that's what they specialize in. Susan Slack's office in Wolfboro specializes in municipal law.
There's a big outfit in Portsmouth that does too,
Yeah.
commercial law.
Dan Cream does municipal law as well.
Oh, Dan Crean does municipal
Yeah,
law
but I
too,
mean,
but
But
real
he's not.
estate
But he's
taxes-
not-
Somebody
he's not
understands
real
all the
estate.
basements and
We want
appraisals, master-
real estate tax law.
right.
Real estate.
Right.
What's the fund?
They came in, they did real estate law, they came in when we did the, it's a huge outfit in Portsmouth, and we've got the,
They came in for what? Chat? I mean,
the ZBA, the CBA,
CBA.
when we hired a lawyer for negotiations.
Oh, from those attorneys? There was
Yes.
one there that was,
Right. There was one in Portsmouth, and it was a group, I think there was 6 or 8 of, and they had commercial, municipal, and real estate tax in all in one.
were they one of the ones the board interviewed?
Yes.
Flygare? Not Flygare. There was Dan.
What about the attorney we did use for the union? Does his office specialize in?
Oh.
Let's not
Peter
overlook him.
Phillips does have someone down
Peter
there.
Phillips.
Yeah, they're like in sale.
Yeah, but they have an office in Wolfboro.
Wolfboro's an hour away.
True, but I think he only charged us travel from Wolfboro,
Right.
so they'd have to do the same thing.
But now,
Travel
do they
from
have
Wolfboro.
do they cover real estate and law and taxes and?
I wonder if
I
they
don't
do.
remember.
If this goes forward, we stand to lose a lot of money. Could be a big impact. Because if this goes forward and succeeds, others will follow. Because that will be their criteria for testing,
Right, but
their value.
The only reason they withdrew because they didn't have any defense. That was why the board denied their first abatement, is because they were just saying, well, they thought it was, I mean, you gotta have something.
Yeah, and we're almost what? We're almost a year and a half later, and things have changed. I don't know if you've driven down the Route 311 corridor lately, but there's some empty lots down there, businesses that haven't sold, not doing anything. Not exactly an exit 20, but further down. Those are commercial properties.
Yeah, but they've got problems further down.
Right, but they still have to look at the sales data period that was used for the 2009 values, because their value
No,
was set
now it's
in
2010, doesn't it? Or that's when their value was set?
Yes.
So they're really contesting the same thing.
Right,
Yes.
right.
Well, maybe they found something.
That's what I'm thinking, maybe they came up, they've got
They're
some
not,
strong sales
they're smart
data
people,
that's-
so,
That's appropriate for when we had our update.
yeah, they're very smart people. Makes me at attention.
Okay, so why don't we call Peter tomorrow and see if he, as anyone will call. I'll come in the afternoon. I have an appointment at 10, but I'll come in right after that and look at the Portsmouth office. And then we'll call Susan Slack's office to send down references and so on and so forth.
I should be able to be here about 12:31-ish.
Okay. Okay, we need to decide on the PD for the Robert Hoey, the humidification. We didn't make a motion on that yet.
When you move a mobile home out of town?
Oh, I get it.
You'd have to look it up for me to explain it to you better, but that's what it's, that's what it's,
I get it.
yeah, that's what a jeopardy tax was. Wait, I thought we didn't vote on that?
No,
No,
we need to though, so we can
Oh, we
move
were going
forward.
to ask.
it's okay, we know where it's going to take it. I asked him,
Oh,
and there
That was
is
the-
monies that will be left over from the TAN, the interest in the TAN.
okay. I
And
make a motion that we hire Robert Hoey to do the crack repair and the dehumidification of the police department basement.
second,
All those in, any other discussion on this? This is what he presented, I think the total is $3,500.
right.
With the dehumidifier?
The dehumidify,
Well,
two
there wasn't a-
systems.
I thought there wasn't a labor charge.
There was more though, that, it's
Yeah,
at
there was the crack
3,500.
repair, there was the dehumidifiers, and I thought
And
he
the
hadn't
digging the
included...
outside.
Didn't include the duct work that needs, if
The duct
extra,
work,
right.
there's extra duct work needs, if we need it into another room.
Right.
So the small unit's going to go into the conference room downstairs, and if we need a duct work going to the bathroom, that'll be extra.
Right,
If we have it in the hallway, the larger unit in the hallway, ducting into the evidence room,
Right.
and now you want it into the locker room, the ductwork is extra,
right.
I
okay?
thought he didn't,
Where would the money come from?
And we will have extra money left over because we did not spend, the TAN money.
The interest money in
The
there.
interest money, the tax anticipated.
And also, was that also the digging outside and putting?
Yes, that
yeah.
also
Oh, yes,
includes the
and
drainage
Drainage work. That's part
and
of
fixing the basement crack, and sealing it.
I have dehumidification. I have crack repair, 300, dirt work was 650, dehumidification was 3,500, plus duct work,
Right,
because he wasn't sure what he had to go through to get it into the room.
right.
So I think there's going to be a little more than $3,500.
But
No, he said he had it in his head.
Yep.
so it's,
So let me amend my motion to say, upon receiving a written bid estimate from Mr. Hoy.
And I'll amend my second. Because, I mean, we do need to know what the actual amount
okay.
would be.
All those in favor
All right.
of getting this work done?
Aye.
Aye. Also, Chief,
You have an opposition?
no, you're a no. Okay, sorry, Joe, I
If
keep forgetting
If
that.
we
Until I
let him,
find out how much I'm voting for, I just...
Well, she just said it, it's 300, and
Plus
3,500.
duct work and so forth. It's going to be more than $3,500, and
I made
I
it
just wanted to know.
I made it contingent on receiving his bid. Written bid. So if we contact him first thing tomorrow, or actually, we can contact him right now, I got a cell phone.
Okay. The total amount.
We could, he could get in touch with Upcountry Builders and get a pretty good price on what the ductwork is going to cost.
Right.
Want me to go call him?
Chief, while she's making a phone call to Mr. Hoey, the toilet sink combo unit that's needed to do the renovation portion, what we're doing to make it a safe environment, has that been ordered?
Hasn't been ordered yet. That I know of.
Okay, we should probably order that because the bid has been awarded to do the work. They need to do that
Okay.
toilet,
Time to get it, yeah.
and it's going to take time to get that unit.
The sooner we order it, the better.
So they have to, and in the bid, it said that we would supply it. So that has to be,
Work on that in the morning.
talk to Tim where we're going to get the monies from. So he's got it kind of figured out. We have a rough estimate of what the total is going to cost us, so where we can get some monies from. Some monies is going to have to come from your budget, some from, the one that we already gave to Upcountry is going to have to come from your budget. This, around $4,000, can come from the tax, the money's not spent from the tax anticipatory note. The $1,500 will come from your budget. Tim has an idea where that can come from. But that's needed. He's going to start doing the work soon. He's going to get with Joyce and provide the insurance and stuff, so we need to do that. All right.
Hey, Bob, Pastor Gus, did you give me a call at 286-4521? He's going to call in the next hour, or are you curious? 345-2293 is my cell. Answer.
Do you want to hold the motion till we hear from him, or do you want to go ahead and make them vote on the no, we voted on the motion, but do you want to?
Contingent on getting a written,
Okay.
so, it can't go forward without it.
Right.
Okay.
Then we can change our mind.
Like it. We want to talk about this?
Yeah.
Okay, Chief, you're up. We have some questions.
He said, who?
Put the mic to your phone there, okay? We have some questions on the timesheet. Now, I've already talked to the chief, so I kind of got the answers on them, but
What, they buy pens?
last week, we have Luke Penault, Officer Penault, in school all week. And now, it says school all week here, 8 hours, Monday through Friday. And we understand that this is a sniper SOU school all week, correct?
Correct, yeah.
40
It's
hours.
a 40-hour certification.
And my understanding from talking to you is that the basic SOU training is 96 hours a year.
Right. That's
Right.
that's the training they're required to have, 96
Right.
hours a year.
And depending on what task they're assigned to, they have their own certifications that require additional hours.
Right, yeah.
How many hours does Mr. Penault have towards SOU training now?
He would have 40 plus, about 48, so he's coming close to reaching his
Well,
96.
there was 3 days in July where they had 3 days. He was one of the ones that, there were 3 days, there was 24 hours then.
I thought they were each required to go a day out of each month to training.
Yeah, they do, but they have to get a certification, a 40-hour certification in their skill. Like a negotiator would have to go to a 40-hour school, and that comes off of the 96 hours a year, according to the NTOA. So that's like a national guideline. They'll take that certification hours and subtract it from what they recommend everyone should have.
So once he hits 96 hours, so let's say he hits 96 hours in October, so November and December, there's no SOU requirement time that he has to spend.
Right, he's already reached his national requirement for training, and that's, I had to answer that question for a lot of chiefs at a chiefs meeting, and other towns and cities that participate in these things had the same question, because certainly the number of hours they attend a year, can be a drain on patrol. So it really wasn't just a question here, but a question statewide that I had to answer. And I had to go to the NTOA to get that answer. And they basically said, yes, any certification training they get comes off of their 96 hours. So if they went to no one can actually participate unless they go to a 40-hour basic school. That 40 hours comes off 96, and they can, as long as they get 56 hours sometime during the rest of the year, they've hit the minimum. It
So,
doesn't have to be, they don't do it by per month, it can be as long as they hit 96 in a calendar year.
now, I have a couple of things. One is that I think that the information that I'm hearing now is a little deceptive to what we heard at the public hearing. At the public hearing, we said it's 8 hours a month for 12 months, which is 96 hours. So it really doesn't hurt the department it's not a big chunk of the department's time if it's 1 8-hour day out of the month that he goes for training. So now we're hearing that it's a 40-hour week that he has to take off during the year, that he has to go.
Oh, no, that wouldn't be every year. That's just a one shot. Once he has it, he has it. He doesn't have to go back.
So next year, if he's assigned to a different task, it's going to be a different, if he's not a sniper next year in SOU and he's assigned to negotiations, does he have to take another 40-hour certification in negotiations?
He would, but we wouldn't invest a week into somebody and then a year later change it. It wouldn't even make common sense for us, so.
Well, unless you lost somebody, and somebody had to fill that slot, somebody's going to have to fill the slot.
We try to get somebody that isn't coming on with these other collateral duties or like take someone like him and put him in a negotiation role. We kind of want somebody to come in right from entry level and become a negotiator and just kind of focus on that.
Well,
but it is.
I was just using negotiate as an example. I mean, but I'm sure there's different assignments within that. Is there another assignment within the SOU division that is going to require next year a 40-hour certification?
No.
No.
Not for him. Nope. No. The only other thing that could be is medic, and they actually come in from fire departments. So we have like 2 Concord fire paramedics that came on the team. They went to a 40-hour certification down in Mass. It's a one-shot deal. Once they have it, they're certified, and they don't have to go back. So with him, he's also the Tilton Police rifle instructor, so it takes off the hours that the academy would require me to send him to extra training. And he's the one that puts all our officers through rifle school. So it was kind of a win-win for me.
Is there a way that we can know ahead of time when we have officers that are going away to a school, for a week at a time, that we know ahead of time and not know after the fact? My other question is, I know that there's a certain amount of drop-down entries that we can have on the timesheets. I would much rather see SOU on one of those drop-downs and require them to say SOU, 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 rather than the SRO, because SRO is all the Monday through Friday, that's where he's at, and just let him use school
Right.
or patrol, and on the bottom, under comments, put SRO. I would much rather have the SRO do that and add the drop-down of SOU. That way we know definitively that he's at SRO all week long, and we don't have to find out. In this instance, what happened is Tim's looking at the training, and we have 8 hours, school, and there's nothing in the comments about this. So he has to, find out what school, so it calls up Lieutenant Paulus or Lieutenant Martin and figures it out, puts it on the timesheet, and that's time spent. What we want, that's why we wanted to go to this new timesheet, so that we wouldn't have those questions. Joyce fills in for Tim, so, that too. I mean, she's going to have that many questions as well. Now, if you look at Mr. Patton, who is now the school resource officer, he has patrol.
Right.
And down on the patrol, Tim had to call and say, I thought he was SRO.
Right. For
And-
years, they would write school if they were going away to school, so Officer Patton thought he would only put school if he was away at a school. So we put out
But there's a drop-down for SRO.
Yeah.
There is a drop-down because Luke used it a while back.
Everyone signs this. The
Yeah.
officer signs it, whichever lieutenant is doing it signs it. So, when the signature goes on, they should review them.
Yeah.
And if it's not clear, I mean, they can still write on it, there shouldn't be that confusion. He knows he's not on patrol. He could have written under comments, SRO officer.
Yeah, we had a meeting about this last night, actually, and I said, can you do this to the form to make it reflect, because...
But the officer is signing it. The employee that's getting paid, it's their responsibility for that information on that timesheet to be correct.
Right.
And certainly patrol, for the SRO officer, is not correct. So therefore, they should correct it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, Officer Patton did. He,
I asked for a revised sheet.
yeah.
We don't have it yet, but...
Starting next week, I did speak with Corporal Wisensee. He can make the changes. He said he has to go into each drop-down box to make them, but he's going to add those things that we just talked about to the top drop-downs.
But even if he does, the officers, the employees have to understand those timesheets are ultimately their responsibility. We're making it as easy for them as possible, but before they sign it, they have to make sure it's correct.
Right. Yeah, the lieutenant sent out an email that said if you're assigned to the school as an SRO or covering for the SRO, you use the word school. Anything else is training. And then Corporal's going to add the different types of training up above. They were down in the overtime comp drop-down. If you click on training next to overtime and comp, it gave you all these types of training. Well, it didn't have that up above, so he's adding those things up there. He said he'd try and have it for next week.
But why are we, now, here's a perfect case. Why are we finding out that, it goes with what Catherine is saying, that they need to take responsibility of the timesheet. We have Officer Morrison, who didn't put in a timesheet on time last week, and we gave him 40 hours, which is what the usual practice is. But this week, we're giving him 5 hours of court time that he actually earned last week.
Right.
And we're making up for it this week. So it's really kind of confusing, because now, if you pick this up 6 months from now, you're going to look at it and you say, well, wait a minute. On 8/22, it was court. On 8/23, it was court. No, it wasn't. We actually were paying for it back.
Right.
Yeah, and it doesn't reflect it because these hours worked are 8 hours.
Right. But
Increments.
But they're 8 hours, but then overtime hours are 2.5.
But
For a
if you
total
go-
of 10.5 here.
But if you look at the time in and time out, that's 8 hours.
Correct, because,
And it's, it's...
Yeah.
well, the same way with this
There should
one.
have been a separate timesheet should have been submitted for those overtime hours that were missed the week before.
Well,
That's what should have happened. It should have been submitted with this week's timesheet.
a separate timesheet.
Two separate pages should have been submitted for that officer. Getting out in one paycheck, but
So the other
then it would have
thing,
been correct.
well, the other one was Luke. He was the other one that didn't get a timesheet in on time. And so he got paid for a detail or was it this week? Was the detail? Or was it last week that was really the detail and he's getting paid for it this week?
That.
It
Yeah,
doesn't say that here.
Yeah, comp time?
It says detail for
Detail.
construction on Central Street, downtown Franklin. There's no date, nothing. So it looks like this detail was on 8/23.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had this kind of problem. I don't know if it was related to Hurricane Irene, and that was a busy, crazy 24 hours, because with these two, I've never seen that happen. But we had a meeting about these things, because I spoke with Pat about it during the middle of the week, and so I said, these are the things that we have to make sure don't happen. But I do agree, Catherine, if it does happen for any reason, whatever it is, an emergency, that maybe it should be on a separate sheet.
Well, it has to be.
be tracked. I remember this
Not-
happening with ADP a couple times, the old payroll system.
Yep.
I know we have to iron them out, but
Well, again, the officers shouldn't be signing them if they're incorrect.
it's confusing to you because you have an officer that worked a detail. He worked Tuesday through Saturday. Then he's off on Sunday, but worked a detail on Sunday, so is getting paid 5 hours on Sunday.
Right, yeah.
So he's off on the top, and on the bottom, it's detail hours for 5.
Yeah, we do need him to show off if he's off, so that it doesn't look like he's working a detail while he's working. Because that's our permanent record of what his shift was for that week. So we really need it to show that way. Or else it would almost look like he's working a detail while he's working a shift.
Okay. All right, so you're working on that timesheet.
Yeah. Yeah, the
And-
corporal said those changes aren't any problem. What we tried to do was get it, the old way was everyone would write a bunch of things on there, and then on Tuesday morning, you kind of couldn't figure out some of the handwriting. So hopefully we're just getting the bugs out of it. Hopefully.
Well, that form is work in progress anyway, because when you think you've got everything covered, then
Something
a
new.
situation comes up and it's like, oh yeah, we didn't think about this one.
But regardless of the form, it doesn't matter what the
you're
form
yeah, right,
says.
no.
correct. When you're signing that document, you are attesting to its accuracy.
And the corporal's changing that typo. That's been there for a long time, I guess.
Yeah, it's like,
That small typo's been there for like about a year or
longer than
since
that.
the original form.
Yeah. Catherine, will you make sure that the minutes reflect the conversation about the certification requirements of the SOU officers? And certainly, you're going to have to, I know I would have to contact the chief, so that we have a record of it, that it's clear. Thank you.
Joyce, where is the letter from the officer wanting to buy back the time, paid time off?
I brought one.
That should be next to his timesheet in the detail. So that's signed by the chief.
I think we did that anyway.
It's not here.
Sold time.
Paid time off
Right.
over a certain amount. If they're eligible, you can, over
Put
7
it with the
years.
exceptions? Look in the exceptions tab. Here's one if you... Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Deb. You're holding?
Selectman Dawson, how can I help you? Speaking. Hi. Hi. Yeah. For all three video and work.
What does the contract say for bypass?
Joyce, what is the contract, actual contract? Is it over 7 years and you can, what is,
As soon as you start your 7th year,
Excuse me.
commence your 7th year.
So,
and we've checked and he's eligible for,
Oh, yeah, he's done it, but we haven't did it in March.
Give us a written proposal.
Is there a limit on how many times you can do it in the year?
No, it's a limit on its percentage of what you are able to accrue.
Contracted that out to Tom.
So someone that's been here 7 years can accrue up to, 70, that's 40% of.
Conversation with him.
And this is within the guidelines?
So I don't have a choice, we do it Friday.
I'll make a motion. Do we need a motion on that? Okay. Fine with me.
You can't exceed whatever their maximum accrual amount would be. They're supposed to ask 2 weeks in advance.
Is this in this week's payroll?
Yes, if it's in there, it's in this week's paper.
Okay.
Is it typical that we do this at this time of year?
They can do it anytime throughout the year.
They can, okay.
We just ask for 2 weeks' notice to make sure we have the cash.
Right, what, 40% of what would the total be?
So if you could get the written proposal to us, and we'll get it signed.
Is this in front of you?
It dawns on me that this piece of paper that
For us to read, to
I'm
approve, so
reading,
we can sign.
Pat,
What?
this piece of paper that I'm reading doesn't say that we'll ever give him back the house.
Gee, with all this rain and water, there's already water inside the basement of the PD. Any moisture comes through the crack?
I haven't seen any outside of the evidence room, but I'd have to have the evidence room checked in the morning. I didn't get a report that there was any.
Okay.
Joyce?
It's beginning of the 6th year, it's 15 hours a month.
He doesn't have a report that there was.
So that's,
Joyce?
That'd be pretty cool. Look it all done with, okay, best interest of the town is selling it.
Okay, thank you,
I
Bob.
think number 9 should be something to say to him after this is all said and done. Once everything is satisfied, we will deed it back to you.
Okay.
But number 7 should be expanded.
I thought that was going to be.
If he doesn't abide by the agreement, this is the agreement. You pay it by the 15th of every month, or else.
Yeah, but I mean, we need to expand it to will commence the eviction process and sale of the property in accordance with the law.
And I like that sale of the property addition. Or we will exercise our complete
Where it's
rights,
if you get the numbers.
So
whatever that
This is-
might be.
I left it
That's up
there
to
for you.
Including assessing the 25.
you might have just put your paper on it.
Because we still, I mean, we're the 90.
I didn't bring the paper with me.
Yeah,
Oh, did you just pick it up?
to respond and so forth.
So what we just said was right at the very end, if all said and done, and he meets all of the requirements, we will deed it back to him.
Right.
Yeah, that's what the law,
So that's what needs to be done in number 9.
well,
It doesn't say it here.
doesn't have to.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it
we're entering into a
doesn't hurt
contract,
if you
that's
put
what he
it in.
gets.
You don't have any choice.
Yeah, but we also don't have to give him the house back.
No,
You don't
it
even
says
have to enter
here,
into this agreement,
the
period.
selectmen can do whatever action it deems necessary. After we can't collect from him anymore, we turn around and sell it.
He pays
According to
for it.
that contract, even if he pays off, we can sell it.
Right, according to
I don't think
this.
that's fair to him.
Right, exactly.
If you do what you're supposed to do, okey dokey. If you don't, well, that's another story.
Yeah, I think you're right. It should be spelled out clearly, but
Yeah.
you don't have, I mean, if he pays
And-
for the house in this time,
and if you
you're going to
look-
have to deed it to him. He has 3 years to pay it off. And if we give him by this agreement, a certain amount of time, we have to deed it back to him.
Right.
Also have
But I
one other
think
question.
having it spelled out is best.
Okay.
The gentleman is married. Should this be in both of their names or just his?
Depends upon
It
whose
says
name is
that-
on
What's on the
property.
deed?
His,
Our name.
Well, what was on the deed?
his.
Just his? Not on the
That's
tax,
his, all right.
not on the tax card. What was on the deed?
Well, the tax card takes the name on
If it's correct.
So it's his.
Our tax cards are not always correct.
Okay, but it's his. We have to assume it is for this.
No, we can't assume it's
For
his.
this purpose. I'm willing to. I just want to know if he was the only one.
Whatever is on the deed, was ever on the deed prior to our taking, whose ever name, this should reflect it. And I would make certain of
They
that.
owned the place before he married her, and they never...
I'd
That's
pretty,
true, but the fact is,
99% sure that it
I
was
haven't-
just him.
But I haven't seen the deed.
I've seen the deed.
if he signs it, but she's the one
We have the
who
deed
owns
right
the
here, wait a minute.
house
Is it in the file?
Don't we have the file right here?
or owned the house.
not his property record card file, no. But there's a deed reference, I can go on to Belknap County.
Okay,
Check it.
yeah,
Be
just check
absolutely
it.
certain.
Definitely to our,
Or I can run
it
downstairs and
just
look.
lists his name on all the stuff, but I would hate to find out it was actually both of them. I kind of like the idea of both of them being responsible for this. They were responsible, they were supposed to both be responsible
Yeah,
up to this point.
these are things that we don't want.
Why is initial capitalized in number 1?
Initial.
Why is it, or isn't it?
Oh, it shouldn't be.
Why is it?
No, that shouldn't be.
Initial payment, yeah.
Pat, I just wanted to go back to your number 9. You said to add a number 9.
Right, and what we want to do is say, you know, after you've met all the above agreement, the selectmen will exercise, I don't know, the right and deed the property back to you.
In number 2, you need to leave off the address. Money order certified funds payable to the town of Tilton, period.
Period.
If we're charging him rent beginning August 11th, then he's behind, and his actual payment for September should be an additional $450, should it not?
Or
are we gonna reflect that? Are we going to reflect that in the $2,500, $5,000
No,
payment?
let's just go with this forward from October, and
It says, will be applied as the monthly rental payment.
due as of the August 11th tax deed.
Right.
Yeah.
That's when we're calculating the interest.
That's the interest portion,
From August 11th.
with interest due as of...
And $450 will be applied as the monthly rental payment. So that
Okay,
sentence,
so then put a period after deed and just start the next one as a new...
your monthly, well, then we should say here, your monthly rent will begin as of,
October 15th, which is what we had decided, right?
Right.
Oh,
Okay.
I missed that. He doesn't have to pay rent until...
No,
15th of October.
15th of September.
no, September,
No. He's going to pay
$2,500 in September,
on the 15th.
And then
the 15th of
October-
October, he commences paying rent.
the $1,400, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
That was
that
what
was
we
the
originally
agreement.
agreed to.
Right.
okay.
Okay, so the $450 will be applied as a monthly rental payment commencing with the October 15th.
Correct.
Right.
I personally think it should be September 15th, but
So do I.
So you actually got 2 months. You got a free ride for 2 months.
3.
Well, he's gonna pay October.
I'll just have to deduct.
August,
July,
September,
August, September.
July?
No,
No,
July,
we
he
took
didn't own the
it,
property.
we took it in August.
We took it in August.
We took it August 11th.
Taxes are
September
as of the
11th to
11th.
October 11th, that's 2 months and 4
So
days.
his rental date of occupancy is what? October 1st?
15th.
It's just, we're saying his payments are due on the 15th. It would just be.
I say his occupancy begins October 1st,
Why?
and his rent for the month is due on October 15th. Because you gotta have a beginning date,
It's
because,
already occupying the building. How could its occupancy date be anything?
well, you've gotta have a date your rent begins, because when you get to the end, and, you know, he's paid you up on November 19th, how much rent is he gonna owe you if you don't know his occupancy date
Right, so,
for this
August
agreement?
11th.
no.
We own
If
the house
we-
as of August 11th,
No,
right?
but what Catherine is saying, according to this agreement, if we word it the way we want to word it, he's going to need to pay back $450 since August 11th. We don't want that to happen. So we need to pick a date that his tentative occupancy under the town of Tilton,
Well, I
does
would
he
say
begin?
September 15th.
When does he
And
become our
then he owes
tenant?
a month's rent on October 15th.
Yeah, but most people don't pay rent in arrears, they
They pay it
in
ahead.
advance.
That's
Right.
why I'm saying, if you're not going to have him pay rent until October 15th, then his occupancy, his tenancy, as far as being a town of Tilton tenant in our building, needs to begin on a specific date.
That would be
October
October
1st?
15th, right?
Well, why don't you make it September 15th and deduct the 450 from the 25?
No, that's confusing enough as it is.
Yeah.
And confuse,
Just put it
don't
the
confuse
first.
me, make it October
Okay, you
1st.
can make it anytime you want, as long as he pays on the 15th.
Yeah,
Right,
so he's getting a couple weeks in advance, but that's okay. It's
Yeah.
an unusual circumstance.
Okay.
Because our methods of collection are much more stringent than most landlords.
Oh, yeah.
Because we
So
don't,
make his tenants, if everybody agrees, make its tenancy begin on October 1st, 2011.
I agree.
And his first rent payment is due on October 15th.
first and subsequent.
And that'll carry him through until the
July
first of each month.
Right.
So if we get to the 15th of July, he's going to owe us 2 weeks' rent. Right?
Yep.
right.
Right. That's my point.
Right.
I want my pound of flesh, I guess. Merchant of Venice.
Oh, no.
I actually
want
followed-
$25,000. That's what
I
really
actually
want.
followed you on that one, Catherine.
That means I was
That makes sense,
clear
Joyce?
for a change.
Okay, so after, and then start a sentence, 450 will be applied as the monthly rental payment. The monthly rent will cover the period from October 1st, but payment is due on the 15th.
I would just say your tenancy begins
Tenancy begins on
the 1st of
October 1st.
October.
Payment is due
On the 15th of each month.
the 15th of each month.
Now, number 5 leads me to all kinds of interesting queries. We own this property in this building right now. So what precludes him from adding on a room, altering the building?
Board.
He can't. Planning board. It's not owned by him.
Planning board has no governance over private residence.
You can't
He's gonna-
start
he would have
adding
to-
buildings to the property.
Code enforcement officer.
I've had tenants, we owned a mobile home park trust me, they do pretty much what they want when they
Okay,
want.
we have recourse if they start erecting new buildings without going to the planning
Want to
board.
have a separate
No, they don't have to go to the planning board.
You have to get a building permit.
Well, I think we need, I was just
Yeah,
going to say,
building
I think we
permit, right?
need a lease
Site plan
agreement
approval.
because he
They're
is
building a
technically a
building.
tenant.
Nope.
I think we do, even though we're signing this, we also need a lease agreement with him.
Plan to the code enforcement for a building permit.
Because even though he's paying this taxes on time, right?
Yep.
Say he chooses to move out.
This is a
We want to make certain that we can collect damages, collect, you know what I mean? I mean, we're in a
We're gonna
tenant
collect
situation.
the entire
Well, if
house.
you're going to do that, you need to go up and inspect it as it is now.
Yes.
I think the code enforcement officer does. It's our property, and we have renters in it.
Well, you could always just throw in, and no alterations shall be made to the building.
And how do you know? I don't know anything about the building. I've
That's
never
when
laid
you
eyes
send
on it.
somebody up there to
That
look
guy is
over it.
not gonna add
Take
rooms.
photographs. Where's he gonna get the money?
Yeah, he's got no money, he's got no skill.
We have no real idea of his ability to collect
I'm not
money.
gonna-
He
I
was
don't
sitting
wanna
on
make more of this than it
$5,000.
is. It's already bad.
Why
enough.
don't we ask Al to go up there and take pictures of the
I'm not
place
gonna read this now.
so that we have a record of what it looks like right now?
Does a copy, Joyce, I can take and read?
Yes,
Thank you.
I can forward that to all the board members and we'll make copies. Would you like copies?
Sure.
I would.
What is it?
A lease agreement.
Yeah, and you gotta have to be careful because that's our property. He has a huge party, somebody gets hurt,
Okay, let's just put him out.
we're
Let's not go
liable.
through this.
Yeah, we have to if you're going,
What if one of his kids is killed falling down the stairs? Oh my God. Let's just put him on the sidewalk. Or let's not make more of this than it is.
we're not making more of it as it is. We have to be
Then let's put him
careful.
out.
He's a tenant. We have to
I don't
treat him
wanna
as a
be
tenant.
landlord.
You,
I don't want to be a landlord.
that's what
It's
you
silly.
are.
All I want
That's
is
what
the
you
tax
are.
money that we're due.
That's
Which
what
has
you
gone
are.
way beyond that.
That's what you are.
No.
I think.
All you need is this agreement, signed by him. It just gives you that authority.
Well,
Sending out the code enforcement to look through his underwear drawer is not on my agenda.
No, I'm not
We
saying he's
don't care
got.
We don't care about his underwear
I mean,
drawer.
Come on.
He's just going to go inspect the property, take pictures so that we have a record of what it is, that's all.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that? You're not? You don't agree with that?
No.
How do you know what you have if you don't
It's become way
go
out of
look?
control. It's way, I don't want to be a landlord. The town of Tilton shouldn't be a landlord, quite
Well,
frankly.
what did you think you were doing when you made that, we're making that agreement?
Look, I'm willing to enter in a casual agreement in order to get our money back and give this guy a break.
Can't be
I
casual.
know, then, you pretty much know where I stand then, don't you?
All the what-ifs that you pull in, there's
You start
way more
what-ifing.
what-ifs that you haven't thought of that could happen. Very, very minuscule chance of them happening, but they
No,
could happen.
Come out of the sky.
we have an
Exactly.
unknown,
Common insurance.
no, you have an unknown tenant. We have no idea who he is, what he is, references, and we know what he is about his paying his taxes, don't we?
Oh, yeah, we
But
do.
you are now become landlords, and he is now your tenant. All right? He continues to pay his taxes. Do you want, and he starts,
Technically, until we
don't
sign this,
bring up
we aren't
what's coming
anybody's
next.
landlord, are we?
you know, a simple lease agreement allows you to be the landlord and take the necessary steps you need to remove him from the
In order
building and
for-
still get him to pay his taxes.
In order for us to move forward and work with him so that he doesn't lose his house, we have to become a temporary landlord. There's no question about it. We have to do that. And if we're willing to allow him to work with us to make payments and stay in his home, we are forced in a situation where we have to become a landlord. There's no question about that. In order for us to make the best of a worse situation, we need to protect the town of Tilton, period. I feel that we need to at least cover ourselves and know what is there now. I mean, I can't imagine any big changes, given the financial situation, if any. But we have to
We've had
protect
strange
ourselves.
things happen.
Right, we have, listen, the last 3 years, we've had very strange things happen. So I'm in favor of asking Al to go up and getting permission to photograph the premises.
Pardon me.
Now, we don't have to go in his underwear drawer. We'll just, a picture of the room, that's all.
Yeah, it's just the building is in the property.
Just the
His
structure.
dresser in the first place is not part of the real estate. That's his
Right.
personal property.
It's just
Well,
building.
how do you take a picture of the bedroom to show what the bedroom looks like without
Well,
taking
the other
pictures
thing
of
is,
stuff?
do you know-
If a landlord came in to take pictures of my stuff, I would be...
He doesn't need to take pictures of his stuff, just the
No, we
building
don't
and the
need to take
property.
pictures
All
of
he
our
needs
that
But
stuff.
how do you know,
Pictures,
does he have
that's
any
all I'm
abandoned
saying.
vehicles on the property?
Hey, I don't even know where this house is.
Yeah, I only know approximately.
I know where it is.
Address?
I know where
I've been
it
in the
is.
driveway,
I know the address, but I've never been, I'm going by there tonight.
and I don't think
I want to see where it is.
Al's going to
We
like you
need to
when
do
you
that in the daytime,
instruct him to go up and take
setback.
pictures either.
What? What? When I instruct him?
Us, board, consensus, come on.
Yeah. I thought you were going to
All right, so-
assign that to me.
All right, no. So are we done with this now, everybody? I got another thing coming up here.
On this?
Oh, on the contract? Sure, go ahead.
On number 6, the only way he can hold us harmless is by requiring him to have tenant's insurance, which includes liability, and naming us as additional insured.
Why does that hold us harmless?
Could make them have renter's insurance.
Right.
And why would that hold us
Well, then how
harmless
are
from
we-
anything?
This is just a catch-all phrase like we use with everything else, saying that they understand that, we're not liable. They can still sue us.
Of course they can. But if you really, how are you gonna, it's
We just use this phrase.
They haven't required that I have renter's insurance. They haven't required that I provided them a copy of any insurance.
okay.
That's kind of a liability a renter takes on.
Right.
I know, but I don't know how you can expect this statement to have any teeth.
In essence, it doesn't.
I think that, right, we strongly suggest renter's insurance. We don't need to put that in. We'll tell him that.
I was just curious as to the thought process.
Well, he agreed that he's going to get it anyway.
Well, I was just curious of the thought process of including that statement in there. Okay, now I'm done.
His insurance. Okay,
Those boilerplate things.
Yeah.
now that we've talked about this one, let's talk about what?
I just want to read back.
Okay,
Okay, first thing, I have to check the name on the deed.
yes.
The second thing I changed was in number 3.
No, number 2. Take out Town Hall 250,
Right, yeah, I took that out, I'm sorry.
okay.
Number 3, Mr. Frederick Nichols shall make monthly payments in the amount of $1,400 and no cents, and then in parentheses the number, by noon on the 15th day of each month to be applied as follows. $950 will be applied towards back taxes for the period. $450 will be applied as the monthly rental payment. Tenancy will commence on October 1st, 2011, and is payable on the 15th of each month. The total monthly payments in the amount of $1,400 shall continue until all outstanding balances are satisfied.
Did you take out due as of the August 11th?
Because that's just going to confuse him. He'll know that.
That's the amount of taxes due as of August.
Right, but she took that out. 950 be applied towards back taxes with interest due, and you took out as of the August 11th, 2011 tax deed.
Yeah.
I'd leave it in.
Confusing. He'll
I
get
don't-
the payment schedule. And he'll be told that the interest is calculated, it's compounded.
I think that should be in the agreement. We were very explicit as to when his tenancy started. We need to be explicit as to when his debt starts,
Okay,
his taxes.
and then what else did you change?
That should be it.
Okay, and then the only other thing I changed is,
Oh, dear.
I added something about, number 7.
Yeah,
I put in after the eviction process, it reads, Mr. Trevor Nichols agrees that if he does not abide by this agreement, the agreement will become null and void if the town will commence the eviction process and sell the property in accordance with the law.
yes.
And number 9, where did number 9 go?
I don't have a number 9.
Well,
Yeah,
we don't.
we're
She's
adding it.
Where'd it go? You saw me type it in, where'd it go? Where is that? I don't have that yet. That will undo everything.
Number 8 is kind of interesting.
That is so weird. I'm so sorry.
Well, retype.
Okay, we'll be, retype and we'll go on to the next one, so we can move along. Okay, the next one is 29 Beach Street.
Are they coming?
No. He called and has work, it's rained all week, and he has work early in the morning in Boston. He lives in Boston, so he's not able to make it. However, they are interested, these are the tenants that are in 29 Beach Street now that paid money to the owner.
Was absconded.
This is the owner's tenants.
These are the owner's tenants that paid till October 30th. We have a choice now to have them pay rent to us till October 30th and allow them to stay, or start the eviction process and say you can't stay here any longer.
Which it would take until October 30th and then some, just to...
Get them out.
Yep.
So I would like to propose a figure of $500 it's 4 weeks.
For a lakefront house?
Yeah, let's not even go there.
They've already paid.
They've already paid.
I don't care what they've already paid.
And they don't have to pay us anything.
That kind of property, you could probably
If
get
I was them, I'd
$1,500
just sit there and
week.
say, file your papers, run up the lawsuit. They don't care because they'll be gone.
Right,
And
we'll
we'll
take
just
'em-
tack it on to the
We'll take them to
deed.
small claims court.
It's not them that we take to small claims court.
No, it's the landlord.
We're the
got
owners.
money.
No, it's them. We're the owner.
no,
They're not leaving our property.
Here is the owner.
The owner doesn't own it anymore. We're the
Leased it.
owner.
Wait a minute.
He's the one that got the
That's
money.
a civil fight between him and the owner.
To this one,
I don't want to run up the legal bill on that.
okay? This one wants to pay something until, he's only going to be there on weekends.
Oh. I thought they said they were there for 4 weeks.
Well, it's 4 weeks, but only weekends.
No, it's 4 weekends. 4 weekends. That's different.
October 30th.
The option is an empty building. Have no income whatsoever.
Yeah.
This is the 5th season that they've been there in that place,
I'm up
and they've
for-
rented for the whole season. However,
To buy it.
they would. And what they've done is spent with family up until September. September till October is usually spent with just them and the family quiet time around the lake. And that's what they would like to continue to do, if it is the wish of the board. I told them that I would present it to the board and we would make a decision.
Was that, yeah, I'm up with that. It's 4 weekends.
This one,
Okay.
not this one.
No.
They already, this guy has to go after this one to get his
Yeah,
money back.
that's a civil matter.
That's a civil matter.
Yeah, 4 weekends, I'm up with that.
Okay. Then I would like to make a
Anybody else?
motion.
Are we going to send Al over to take pictures of that?
Not for a month.
Why?
Because they can't build something that fast.
Does our
It's a
liability
month.
change any because of the length of time?
You have a point. He has a point. They are our tenant.
I
would
didn't want to do it the first time.
gladly
I
do
want to
it.
do it this time. But why should we be any different with this
He's
one?
got a point.
I have no
Hey,
qualms
yeah,
about
you're
it
right.
at all.
Yep, send the code enforcement over there.
I have no qualms about it at all. It doesn't stop the eviction process for the prior owner,
Right.
but it does,
This person becomes our tenant now.
correct.
And you checked, we can have tenants.
Yes.
There was some question about that. You sent an email, and we were going to find out if we could enter into a tenant-landlord relationship as the town.
Town's already done that in the past.
We've done that.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, I
we've
thought
done
that,
that.
my impression was that there was a question, that's all.
No, I think the question was whether or not we could, the question was, do we have to sell? Was it a bid, or was it
Okay.
sealed bid or auction? Do we have to do it? And we have to decide whether or not we want to sell, okay? So I would like to make a motion that we charge the current tenants that are 29 Beach Street, $500 until October 30th.
4 weekends. Is that Saturday and Sunday or Friday, Saturday and Sunday?
Why don't we just say October 30th to make it easier? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 weekends? Mm-hmm.
October 30th.
5 weekends, okay. Did anybody second?
Second.
We will enter into an agreement. They will have to come up and sign, and come to Town Hall and sign an agreement, Joyce, with us.
No, the other ones that were actually violating our ordinance with the extension cord, was it not?
That is the
They
one.
moved the entire
They moved-
trailer.
They moved the entire trailer next to the storage building.
And plugged directly
And plugged
in?
directly into that.
Okay.
The problem, first we have to call and say, this is what we've agreed to. They've accepted it, then they can sign the agreement and stay. Otherwise, we can say, well, please get your things out.
We want the same kind of language, we're responsible for the utilities and all this harmless.
Yep.
Geez, I don't know.
Where
Were
did I
they
pay?
responsible for the,
Do you want to pay their utility bills?
nor
You know
do I
what?
want to set,
You know what?
pay the water
I'll
bill,
bet
they have a hot
weren't.
tub.
Yeah, I'll bet they weren't paying the utility bills.
bet they weren't
because
either.
The utility bills are probably in the owner's
I'll bet they
name.
were paying more like $500 a week
Yeah.
as opposed to $500
Probably more
for
than that.
4 to 6 week period.
Right on the lake down there.
On the lake, a piece of property like that on the lake commands at least $1,000 a week. in
How
the
long have
summer.
they been there? They could be on their own well. No, that
That
house.
was my
They
understanding.
could be on their own well. Not all the wells were affected by the gas leakage.
Well, see,
They have sewer.
they're kind of
They do
friendly
have
with
sewer.
the owner, so they may have had a special deal, who knows? And they took it for the whole summer, so you're not gonna, you cut them a little bit of slack for that, but
Right.
I know what they were doing for the month.
The electric and utilities are not in our name, so it really doesn't make any difference whether they pay them or not,
I wasn't going to say that out loud.
because we don't have a phone there. We don't have
We do
electric
now.
service there.
I think these people are getting by phone service with cell phones.
Whatever it is. I mean, do we have to pay the sewer bill? It's not in our name.
Is it hooked up
Actually, it
yet?
might be now. It might be.
Has it been hooked
Charge
up yet?
him.
That's what they were paying.
Hooked up to sewer?
Yeah.
Of course,
No, not necessarily.
No, I don't know that he did hook
I'm
it
in the
up.
process of working with the sewer commissioners while I'm going to be. I haven't been much help to Johanna lately, but they made a motion to require everyone to hook up.
We'll have to check with Joanna to see if
goes
they
right
ever
down
hooked
there.
up. 'Cause
Goes
I
right
thought
through
I
there.
remember him
Main
saying
trunk line goes right down the road.
No, not
Right
the
down-
main, but,
It goes right down.
oh yeah, the main
Beach
does
Street.
go through there.
Was it?
There's a pump right there.
Yeah,
just
there is a
adjacent to
line.
it.
Yeah.
Either right next door or one property
They're
up.
not paying utilities.
That still doesn't mean he's hooked up.
That's what he just said.
I know.
Depends upon the
Or $500 is
what
just going to barely
his
cover it.
septic
So
system, what kind of
should
condition.
we amend it to 750?
The utilities is
You'll
an
give me
issue.
the name of the person and their address and all that.
$500 isn't going to cover utilities.
It should be 1,000 minimum.
I don't really think that
Yeah.
they're not going to do it.
I think we just
Well,
take
they
it,
could
evict
pack up
them,
and
and
leave.
move on, sell
Then-
the property, get our money.
And they can say to us, no, thank you, I'm not going to pack up and leave evict. And where are we?
I'd stay with the 500 and,
They can very well wait for the process, because they could be being counseled by the prior owner to say, just wait, sit back, wait, don't do anything, and
Oh,
wait.
your summer, yeah.
By the time we would evict, that they would be leaving anyway.
And I'd rather get 500 or 750 for it than
well,
to...
I got some real interesting scenarios going on in my head, but they'd have to be in non-public. I would go with the 500. And then, like Joe said, get it done, get it over with, and sell it. Make our money that way. So we'll have to keep track of the utility bills.
All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Ask for the negative.
Anybody opposed?
No?
Okay. One opposition.
I don't want to be a landlord.
What?
I don't want to be a landlord. I think the liability to us is far in excess of anything we could get back from it.
We could start the eviction process now.
I agree, I agree.
Why not collect $500 instead of...
They'd probably get to stay there till the end of November.
We don't have any non-publics tonight. Oh, we do.
Excess of $500.
No, we did
We gotta
that.
move this whole thing along. This is just taking too long. Go out up in the minutia of this.
And then you have to
Issue.
treat these people the exact same way as every other case in town under the same circumstances.
No, we take each case individually.
You can't,
No,
each one
we
is,
don't.
each one has its own.
Has its own merits.
idiosyncrasies.
Exactly. Everybody is different.
Try to be equitable.
In the situation, it's both eviction processes and property that the town owns that the town's never been inside of.
It's very different. There are two different circumstances. One is their home, another one is a vacation home. It's a second home, vacation home. Who leases it out
For profit.
I
for
understand.
profit,
It doesn't bother paying the town its taxes.
which could have, in a 4 months' time, pay the taxes for the year?
Oh, yeah.
You gotta love it.
Okay. Joyce is going to talk about the update on the Grange, the personnel policy, and we have a non-public, so it's reports from selectmen and Joyce, or Joyce and reports from selectmen. Whichever. I take a- Okay, reports from selectmen. Joe?
We finally have all of the consortium stuff signed and headed in the right direction at this point. Yay. I noticed that we have a trail banner on the railing at the park down here? How come we put that up?
It's for the
I
Winnipesaukee
know what
River.
it's for. We had permission when we were doing the farmer's market, when we were doing Old Home Day.
I asked the board, and they gave them permission to put it up.
Right.
What's it for?
The Winnipesaukee Trail Auction,
Oh,
Taste of the
October.
Trails thing.
Taste of the
Taste of the
Trail.
Trails, Taste of the Trails.
I was wondering how the vegan barbecue went.
Excellent.
Did it?
I mean, it was in the paper.
Yeah,
It
wasn't
was in the Daily
Excellent.
Sun, Tuesday's
I
Sun.
forgot all
Oh,
about it,
the
and I wanted to go see.
Bread was unbelievable. Oh, it was.
I'm sorry I missed it.
Excellent. I was invited to have, I wish I'd known, because I'd already eaten. I would have indulged.
I'm sorry I missed it.
It was great.
I went through the Grange kitchen after talking with a member of the chat committee, and I encountered the surveyor guy over there, very nice man, but that
David?
gets off point, yeah. I went through the Grange kitchen, the senior center kitchen, and made up a list of small wares equipment, shelving, things that need to be hooked up, and so forth, and started a schematic on that. I'll send you all, but I'll send you especially, Pat, a copy of the small wares list and the tentative schematics, so that you can like put stuff around, that kind of thing. And I talked with Tom Gallant about the same thing, and about the kitchen, and I spoke with the health department here in town, and we discussed an Ansel system for the hood, and fan venting, and whatever for potentially deadly gases and so forth. That's in the works. I went to the fire department budget meeting last night.
Well, so what you're saying is you assessed what we needed for, like, a sink and island and all that?
Double-bay sinks, tables, I didn't bring a copy of the list. The center table, some setup tables for plates and whatever. Where are we going to put the plates? Where do you put the mixer or the coffee urn or the microwave? There has to be a counter space for that sort of thing. A refrigeration unit, a freezer unit. I've got all of these things listed and potential spots for them to go, but that's a matter for, the decision.
Didn't you love the changes up there?
I do. It's coming along like nobody's business, and I could see, before it was hard to see the vision. But it's starting to happen, and you could see it when you walk in. It's like, oh, yeah, that's great. And I encountered the guy from Mango Security, and he was wiring up smoke detectors.
The fire, yeah.
I was compliant and whatever in that situation. It is very exciting that this is moving. I can see things happening, and I'm glad to be a part of that effort. I went to the fire department budget meeting last night before last. The only things that came out of that were they need a new ladder truck, because the other ladder truck is a 1981 and it's 30 years old, and that's the useful life of a ladder truck. It was used when we bought it, so we're actually over the line with the ladder truck. However, they've been putting into a capital improvement account for the last several of years, and they have the money to buy a 75-foot Quint. Now, I guess Quint is like Chevy in fire truck land, but this Quint, see, can do double duty. It's smaller than a regulation ladder, so there's a lot of places that it can get that one of those giant ladder trucks, it's like, why did you bring that here? That kind of thing. This Quint will reach the top of the hotel down on the other side of exit 20. It'll reach all of our buildings in town. It's significantly less expensive, and in that way, they can retire engine number 2 next year without replacing it, because this thing also takes the place of an engine. So it sounded good on paper, preliminary budget talk, and that's all it is, it's just talk.
Did they talk about how they were going to replace the budget member?
They did not discuss the budget committee because I don't think they have anything to do with the budget committee per se. That person was not,
This was just the commissioners working on their budget?
that's correct. The budget committee is a separate entity.
Oh, I thought you said the
from them.
budget meeting, okay.
No, well, their
You went to commissioners'
fire
budget meeting.
commissioners meeting.
I got
on
it.
the
I
budget.
got
I'm
it.
sorry.
Got it.
I'm sorry, I should
Got
have
it.
been much more specific.
Got it.
There was talk about chief position. They want to add a fourth shift. Now, this means that instead of a 48-hour work week, our firefighters will then be on a 42-hour work week, and all the shifts will be covered the same way, and they'll only have to work 42 hours instead of 48. Oh, yeah, and that way they don't have to work 48 hours a week. All right, they don't get overtime or whatever. They get a salary based on their 48 hours. Under
We
this
have-
proposal,
We have 3 shifts, 40-hour shifts for our
No.
policemen.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
this is
So
the
why
fire
would the
shift.
fire
They've only got like a certain
Of
amount
coverage.
of guys on the shift.
Oh, that's right, because they rely
We have more,
on,
Right.
we have more.
On
guys.
call.
they rely on on-call.
However, get a load of this, under this proposal, the firefighter's pay would be exactly the same. So they would get a 300-hour-a-year raise in pay.
300 hour.
That's right. They would have to work 6 hours per week less for the exact same money. 6 hours per week times 50 weeks in a year is 300. Actually, it's 312 if you count the vacation. So, ta-da. And I was wondering how much we spend in legal fees for the course of a year. Do we have something you can say, oh yeah, we do 30 grand or 40 grand?
I was going to say, what's in our budget?
It's in your
I'll have to
your
look at the
financial
budget.
packet, you'll see
Yeah.
a legal line.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll see how much has been expended. Might make you cry.
Well, I was just wondering, if it would be better to have a lawyer on retainer that just did those things for a salary. It's a gamble, you know what I mean? You're gambling that you're
Yeah,
not gonna- he wants to gamble, you're not going to have lots of legal work. But the reality is that you got to have a lawyer for anything almost.
Right.
An opinion on this and an opinion on that. Or we're wrong, or...
But they belong to LGC, they get opinions.
That's true, we do have LGC,
Yeah.
but we still pay a lot of money, don't we?
Yes, there's,
It depends on the year. Right now, we're paying probably a little more than normal because we've been getting a lot of abatements because of the economy.
Yep.
You know, the economy slumps and everybody thinks that automatically means their property is worth less.
right.
Till they go to
Then,
sell it.
you know, so, you know, the economy improves and you don't. But I think the way we are now, and that's an interesting, we need to look at that. But I think now we can barter and choose the best representative because we have attorneys that do, you know, typical paper stuff.
There's no
Needs
one-size-fits-all
No,
person?
and then we have an
Real estate,
attorney
municipal
that we
tax.
use for land use because that's their specialty.
Right.
It's like going to a general practitioner doctor for, you know, vascular surgery.
Right.
I wouldn't.
And I have one other question.
Yeah.
The town hall, the police department, the public works department, and the parks department all buy cleaning supplies and
They all
paper.
what?
Paper, toilet tissue, paper towels, and
Right.
dispensers and whatever. It seems like we have a very high-priced employee driving to Manchester to pick up paper products. That doesn't make sense to me because I know that the Manchester Paper Company delivers here at Tilton 5 days a week. Now, why would we send somebody to pick this up? And couldn't we take all of the, we buy 20 cases of toilet tissue a year. Can't we
A
just,
year?
I'm just saying, whatever it is.
He combines it.
We can, all right, so.
We
he
combine it, right.
All the town products.
Yes.
But
He does.
Why won't they deliver right here? And how much does it cost us for him to
Maybe.
get down here?
Joyce, do we have somebody picking up our supplies in Manchester?
Dennis goes down and gets it.
I
Why?
think the reason, because he gets a
That's my
better
question.
deal.
Why?
Because why?
He gets a better deal.
How much better a deal could he get to justify the town vehicle, the gas, and his time to go?
Not
It's gotta be a
much.
2.5, 3-hour trip.
To go to Manchester?
It's 45
Takes the
minutes
better part
down,
of an
45
hour.
minutes
Yeah,
back, and
45
at least half an hour there.
Yeah, couple hours.
That's good traffic.
Now, all of a sudden, you've got $50 into the trip, or better.
Or better.
And
And
how
it
much is he
happens-
saving on that toilet tissue? I know they deliver.
Ask him.
Well,
Well, the first person I'm asking is the selectman.
One thing
Not bringing it up.
One thing I want to point out is the Parks Department is changed, and they're getting their supplies from a different vendor, which is located in Belmont, and they deliver.
I know there's paper and chemicals and whatever they deliver every day in this area. It just seems like a $50 a whack thing. It seems like we could allocate that money better, and we could spend it better, I think.
I actually contacted Johnson Supply and faxed them over copies of invoices that I had. They're from 2009, 2010, but I sent them what I thought kind of represented pretty much what we purchased. And they sent me back their cost. Now, this is not sitting down with a salesman. This is just, I'd been actually working.
Where is Johnson Supply?
It's on
Belmont.
4 Higgins Drive in Belmont, and they deliver. They go by every day.
You can call them today and get your goods tomorrow if they have it in stock.
So, for example, we buy 2-ply white kitchen roll towels. Their price to us for a case of 30 rolls, which is exactly what we buy, is $29.03. What we are paying now is $33.21.
They deliver it cheaper. How about that?
There's no charge for delivery.
I know.
So that's a $4 savings just there.
Hey,
Now,
we should
some of
think about
these, the cost is more. I mean, but if you figure it all out, and I kind of sorted it last night late, and I kind of broke even.
But we've got.
But like I
3
said,
hours
this
of-
isn't even sitting down with a salesman.
Right.
We've still got 2 to 3 hours of public works director time.
That's right.
Not available to the
It
town.
definitely is costing us more to go to Johnson Supply. Now, the other problem is like in the bathrooms downstairs, if you notice, you have multiple dispensers for like hand towels.
Right.
We can do away with that.
Yeah, and you've got,
And they'll give you the hand
I mean,
towel
we're-
dispenser.
we're not-
They'll charge you for them.
you could get a paper towel roll and stick it.
Catherine's cringing over there when you say it's soap dispenser.
Well, it's,
We don't use those dispensers here, we use the hand pump soap. And
So-
only one paper towel holder that is used, the other one is not used.
Yeah, but it's hanging there, it might as well come off the wall.
yeah, and the reason you had to have a second one is because that's Hilliard's paper towels. And only their paper towels will work in that dispenser, and that's the hook.
And that dispenser is the only dispenser that will dispense their paper
That's
towels.
right.
Why they
That's-
give you the dispenser.
That's the hook.
Norm, somebody from the Parks Commission, maybe it was Bob Harding told me, because I asked, I said, what are you doing with the old paper towel dispenser? And he said they're hanging on to it.
I've got a
Yeah.
barn full of those things. Automatic ones and pull down ones and twister ones. I never throw them away. I got all sorts of them. But be that as it may, we can do better. I think we can do
We
better.
can
than what
definitely,
we do.
well, just this this was just faxed it over, give me your prices, not talking to a salesman. Oh, yeah, we can definitely do better.
You actually
And then I
showed them
also,
what we were paying?
yep,
See, I wouldn't do that.
yeah. Well, I haven't sat down with a salesman, and like I said, those were old prices.
You just tell
They're
them,
not
This
2000.
is what we use, and this is how much of it we use in a
They're not
year's time.
2011, and I also saw in there that, why are we using WB Mason? They're also a supplier. So why isn't the town of Tilton buying all of these goods from one source?
Well, back when Dennis...
And saving money.
Editorial, that's why he went to one source. He went to Hilliard, because he was responsible for buying for all the apartments back when he had his employee. Then once his employee went away, he said, do you want me to continue buying the supplies? And we said, sure. Because remember, we were in between, we didn't have anybody, and it's just like, well, until things settle down, yeah, just keep buying it. When we need things, we say, you know, we need trash bags, we need this, we need that, and then he brings it up to the town hall.
Well, if you buy from one source, we consolidate, buy from one source, you're going to save money because you're buying
They'll deliver it
quantity.
right to the town garage.
They'll deliver it right to the town garage, so you can buy there every single day.
Because there would have to be an overriding reason to send an employee to Manchester, never mind the department head, I would think.
Yeah. I actually called Mason, and they never responded back to me. That was over a month ago.
Office supplies.
It'd be
Lisa,
like sending Joyce for copy
yeah,
paper
she
to
shops the
Boston.
best prices for
Like,
paper.
duh.
So
Why would you do that?
Who does that?
Lisa,
Lisa?
she'll,
So are we overpaying for our supplies here when we're getting them from Staples?
she,
We've got a business advantage program with Staples that all the departments use. We all use Staples.
Except for the PD.
well, no, we do too. We use Staples too.
And what do you use WV Mason for?
It's a certain type of paper they get for the complaint printer, and some of the paper she shops around because they charge more for it.
Yeah, some of those machines take a specific weight.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and it
Specific
has a
weight.
special printer, and
Yeah,
so
I get it.
that's
she
understandable.
explained it to me that she shops that around because it's expensive.
Well, I think, we're asking all of our department heads to tighten their belts and, no increases. We need to look at all the ways we can save money, and this is a big one. I mean, it's not going to save us huge dollars, but this is real easy.
How often do we go to Manchester for paper supplies? Anybody know?
I would say at least 4 times a year, minimum,
Oh, gosh, yeah. I'm sure it's...
from the invoices I have.
How many invoices are there?
Well, I don't, like I said, these only go back.
The dates should be right on them, right?
Yeah, I've got it's my email.
Did anybody ask Dennis why he goes down there? Have you talked to Dennis at all?
No,
It's redundant.
yeah.
Why didn't you talk to him? I mean, maybe,
I don't, until I brought it forth before the board, I'm not going to start going to the department
It's redundant.
and
Why?
questioning
no, just to
their...
find out why he's
agree with
doing it.
I wouldn't
No,
question
I would
the
agree with
chief's
that.
method.
Oh, yeah.
Without saying something here. You know, it's like,
Oh,
okay, chief, what's up? And you say, well, talk to him. He's sitting right there. If
Right.
Dennis was here, I'd ask him. you know.
Right.
But I would ask you, I would bring it up in this forum first.
No, I
Right.
agree with you. That's why,
That's
I do the same thing. Talk to the board first. If they want to
Yeah,
pursue it, then
but
we go
that's the only
forward with
way
it.
reason that I haven't asked Dennis.
Right.
6, 7, 8. If he has to go down after everything we order from them, I'm sorry, he's going down a lot more than 4 times a year.
Oh, yeah, I get the
There were
impression he
1,
goes down
2,
once
3,
a month.
4, 5, 6,
That's
7,
right.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, at least 14 different orders placed in 2008.
Well, the other thing is maybe he'd love to get rid of it. I mean,
Maybe.
The
I don't think he
responsibility.
Dennis
likes
does
it.
most anything to
Yeah.
save money.
I don't know.
Maybe.
So,
Is that what you had for us, Joe?
That's what I've got, yep. Yep.
Norm?
The Parks Commission met on Tuesday. Work is progressing on getting the electrical hooked up so we can have a irrigation system in Riverfront Park. The individual who won the bid to install the irrigation system is now kind of, well, that was a year ago, and I didn't plan on doing the work, and you never got back to me, and yada, 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 but at the same time, word is out that we're doing this, and other people are coming out of the woodwork. So,
Are you putting out a new bid?
not sure if we're gonna put out a new bid or not, but I mean, I'm just telling you what is happening. Also, they're gonna go ahead with
putting the well up at the ball field, the 132 ball field, because we got the go-ahead from the Diocese of Manchester that it's all right to put it in. So that was awarded to Gray, and they're going to be going forward with that.
Which was the bid? If that's
I can't tell you.
13 something,
Yeah.
13,000. That includes the pump and all the, and a couple of, 2 hydrants? Some lawn hydrants.
Yeah,
I think
and
there's 2 lawn hydrants.
And there will be, and they're looking at getting a shed donated, or at least purchase on a discount, because they gotta have something to house the equipment and the tank, the water tank. And also, they're looking at putting in skating up there, so, they have to have a place to store the skating rink
skating
materials
rink.
in the off-season. So that's where that is. The other thing is, they voted to put in a 6 to 8 foot blue spruce at Riverfront Park and dedicate it in memory of Vicki, because she wanted to have a Christmas tree in the park that could be lit up. So that's what we're going to do. And it's going to be dedicated as her Christmas tree, not her holiday tree, not her blue spruce, not a solstice holiday tree or anything else, because Vicki was adamant it was a Christmas tree.
Very nice. I'm thrilled.
Yes, she was.
I bet she's smiling now. That's great.
I certainly hope so.
She will be when it's lit up.
Yep.
And on a personal note, I did attend her funeral. It was a nice service, although the venue made it difficult to hear what was being said, but what I said here tonight, I had planned to say there, but we weren't given the opportunity.
Okay. Catherine.
You'll be happy to know that my list has dwindled down to almost nothing.
Great.
My list.
Oh, yeah.
Can I just interject? I did forget that they're going forward with the Christmas parade
Okay, yay.
in the park, and so, and again, it's going to be a Christmas parade.
Yeah, so anybody who knows people that like to be in parades, have them contact Bob Hardy. It's going to be on the website, right?
Yeah.
Did anybody contact Tim?
Yes.
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 We're in the parade?
Oh, yeah, we did the parade thing.
We're in the parade, so practice throwing candy.
I'm really good at it. I did really good the last time. I didn't hurt anybody as
But
far as
Everybody
I...
bring your own
Christmas
Santa
time's a
hat.
little different, because instead of just going like this and like this, you go,
That was good, Sandy.
Well, it's even worse if it's snowing because your butt's wet.
that's why,
Well, yeah, because they showed up with a pickup
Pickup
truck to
truck.
sit in, and the pickup truck was filled with a Christmas tree, so
And
we had to
snow.
sit on the bumper
Yeah.
with snow. So, yeah, that's all right, it was still fun.
yeah.
We had a lot of fun.
But we really were enjoying the hot tea and chocolate when
Oh,
we
yeah.
got there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really enjoyed going home and changing my pants.
Yes, I did too. Yeah.
My butt was wet. I was sitting in snow.
Okay, Catherine,
So,
that's enough time. Okay.
yeah, the vendor, the paper vendor, I don't think we should leave it hanging. How do we want this to continue on? I mean, we should contact a couple of others and just send them a list of items without the prices and say, okay, and, I mean, do something hard and fast, and approach the salesperson for Johnson Supply and say, okay, this is what we use in the quantities, and I think we need to include, we'd have to talk to Dennis or whoever, I don't know who compiles this list, where it
Right.
comes from. It looks a little, if you go through the list of things that are ordered, it's like, one box of gloves. That doesn't seem like somebody, it's like, here's one just for vacuum cleaner bags. And aerosol lemon, I don't know what that is, it's probably nasty spray stuff.
It is.
But my point is that they're not, nobody's keeping track and inventory. You're down to 3 okay, we need to include that in the next order, rather than, somebody going down there just for a case of trash liners, because nobody was,
Nobody kept track and we ran out.
right. So,
I think it should be important that if we change vendors, or even with this vendor, that we insist that they deliver. I mean, there's no reason why somebody
No.
should be driving all the way
Right.
to Manchester for 2 or 3 hours at their rate of pay, and that's 2 or 3 hours that they're not here working in town. And I'd like to keep it a little more local, but that's me.
so somebody needs to pursue this.
Well, should we have the Department of Public Works Department do it? He's the
This is
one who's in charge
clerical.
of this now. I don't want to usurp his authority,
He
certainly.
really, all he does is, he
He just
takes
goes and
phone
gets
calls. Yeah. He doesn't
Well,
plan on what's needed.
I've got contacts
He's
at paper
told.
companies and chemical companies and companies that do both. If you want, I will call them and ask for price lists. I need the information as to what we get.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's what I've done so far. Those 2 books Vicki gave me, they're from Johnson Supply. And like I said, all I did is, I called them, I faxed them that. I have not talked to the sales rep, I have not sat down and played, let's make a deal.
His name is Dan Caruso,
Is it?
This
Fred's
guy?
nephew.
Oh, I wondered if he's related.
Oh, this guy?
Yeah, I just got those preliminary figures just to make a comparison.
Oh, it's Dan.
Dan Caruso.
Okay, good. My brain just died.
I did that about 6 o'clock.
I had a conversation today with, yeah, he's gonna kill me, yep.
You're keeping us
Who
on.
owns the golf course?
Jerry Shaley.
Oh, God, thank you. Boy, that was hurting. Jerry, I'm sorry.
Isn't he a butter of yours?
He's my neighbor, we spend
pal.
time hanging out.
You can't remember his name.
It just left my
Sometimes you
brain.
draw a blank, right?
It's
He has
exactly
a brain
right.
cramp.
That's exactly what it was. So anyway, I mean, Jerry sat in my dining room today. And I'm bringing it to the board. He addressed the planning board because of the situation that exists on Route 311.
Right.
This situation?
The situation.
With
If
his,
you leave exit 20 and that strip, the RC strip between Tanger, or exit 20,
Right.
and Winnisquam, most of that is in RC. There's a
Right.
block in the middle that's not,
Right.
what is that? Is it RG?
No, it's MU,
MU, thank you.
mixed use.
You have properties that have been for sale for a long time, East Edges. That's been for sale or leased for a long time.
And Tractor
Central
Joint across the
Tractor.
way,
And
sure.
Central Tractor is even grandfathered to their use. It hasn't been abandoned, it's still for sale.
Yep.
You can do motor vehicle repair there, that's what they did for years. I mean, there's so many things that you could do there, and it still isn't up for sale, so. But the issue is the lack of municipal water, and there's never going to be up there. But I've got a list of 6 properties that are just been sitting there, rolling over. He wants to address the planning board again and work with them to try to change the RC that will allow more things so that people will use those, really what are now commercial pieces of property. And that's what we want them used for. That's the best tax base we can have.
Should he just, instead of allowing more things in the RC, shouldn't it just be changed so that they're flat out commercial?
I don't think so, because you have, the RC is a mixture of residential and commercial. Look at me, I'm a farm.
Yeah, you are.
It's a farm. Tell me about it. It's been raining. I still have to feed the
Well,
animals.
Mr. Shaley was before the board before, and they've listened, and the board also told Mr. Shaley that when they started working on the zoning changes for our next ballot, that we would certainly invite him to join us. So, I mean, although we haven't done it yet because we've been working on other things, that is coming up to where we will be working, and we have a file with proposed changes, and we put things in there as things happen across the year, and then we will start our, serious, probably, I was going to say the beginning next month, as to what we want on the ballot. And we have all told Mr. Shaley that we would certainly send him a notice when we were going to start that. And
Right, but he's also looking for support from this board.
Right.
Because,
But the
and I
problem-
think that's important, because there's tax revenue there that's,
I
Support the
understand that.
concept of increased commercial in that area, certainly. I'd like to hear Mr. Shaley's ideas, certainly to do that, and whatever we change the zoning to in that area, that water thing is still going to be an issue with lots
Yeah,
of
it
those
is.
different businesses.
well, that's why I think, if you look at what's allowed in RC and RG and does it isn't Tanger GC, exit 20 is GC, right? General commercial, what is it?
No, that's our regional commercial.
RC. No, I'm in RC.
No, regional commercial. There's a regional commercial and there's a resort
Thank
commercial.
God for you, Sandy, I swear. He's just a walking book of knowledge. But if you compare what's allowed in those areas, it's kind of interesting. Like in RC, you can install parts into recreational vehicles, but you can't have an automotive repair garage, which I thought was interesting.
Well, part of
But
the-
you can have a cluster development in RC, but you can't have a church.
Well,
That doesn't make sense to me.
And there are, if you study them, you'll see that some of it just, and I'm sure it's because it's evolved over the years, that we just haven't looked at those comparisons.
You could have, like, I think it was RV sales in RC, but you can't sell cars.
But yet you have, because it's grandfathered, my property that I own has auto sales and automotive repair.
when did that happen?
Been there all along.
God, I was still in school when that happened. It's been there for,
Oh, you mean on
years.
the piece across from by Brook Road?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I
And then the
think
other
part of
people.
the problem is, I know that when that was first designed, when the zoning was first changed, that zone was looked at that is an area where all the vacationers are coming through to go to different destinations. And so certain things were encouraged that would promote, say, development of more hotel-like or cabin-like, for vacationing. And they went along with businesses that would be attractive to those people who were there on vacation. Such as restaurants and, theaters, things like that you might use when you were on vacation. The board was adamant about not allowing auto sales because they didn't want to see that whole stretch of road becoming one car lot after another, because we did go through a period to where everybody and their mother was starting car lots. I mean, it must be that the overhead to begin a car lot must be very inexpensive.
And we've got 3 in that neighborhood now.
Yeah, but those...
Let's just make another half dozen, I
Well,
don't like the...
but that, it really, is it really up to us to decide what somebody has for a business? If you're going to have a commercial area, and that's what resort
telling you,
commercial,
Planning board, I think.
no, if you're going to have a commercial
The planning
area,
board would have something to
then
do
why not allow commercial business? If you're going to have residential, agricultural. You already have a commercial district there, in case anybody hasn't noticed.
Oh, no.
It's already commercial.
Yep.
All along
It's
that
already
tree,
there.
you're
And all
absolutely
I'm
right.
saying is, as a selectman, it isn't going to affect me because it makes me sound greedy. My property is already grandfathered because it's existed for so many years.
Right.
It's not something that's benefiting me. I want to make sure everybody understands that. I've already got it. But if you drive through there and you really notice those properties, and you look at what's allowed under RC, it's not creative enough considering the lack of municipal water. And over again, businesses have looked at those properties, and not just Mr. Shaley's, and said, whoa, no municipal water. I'm not going to have a restaurant, I'm not going to have a motel, I'm not going to have anything that requires the use of water.
Right.
So he, I told him I would talk to the Board of Selectmen to kind of generate interest and some support and get us thinking about it.
Well, I agree.
And I will assure him, I already assured him that you wouldn't forget him anyway, but I'll make sure he knows that.
He will be, called and invited. But, it's like the board told him before, that they're certainly willing to open the area up to a lot of other businesses. And like you say, a lot of the problem that's happened along there is over the years, when changes were made, things were taken out and not necessarily new things added. So, yes, right now I would agree with everyone when we say that the area certainly it was overlooked. There's really not a lot of variety that's permitted in that area right now.
I mean, the mixed-use area really is the Shalimar to Christie's, and maybe just before, maybe Christie's. That's probably really our resort area.
Yeah, and like your Winnebago.
Because once you leave the lake,
right,
that's it.
So, obviously, he would be invited, and, there would be public meetings where we're looking for comment from a lot of people, but, as far as what the board is willing or not willing, I tried to get a question on the ballot last time concerning auto sales, and have it directly related to the size of the property as far as how much open space you had to have and this and that to keep them from, loading the lot up with autos. But they wouldn't go for that.
I think we need to look beyond that. It's like Norm pointed out, if you can sell recreational vehicles in the area, why would you not be able to say cars or trucks? But again, we've got to look, the planning board should look beyond that.
Right.
And really have it make sense.
Yep.
We need to have a good tax base, and driving through there and seeing all those empty lots on a road such as Route 311 is just wrong. That strip of highway between 93 and Laconia is the most heavily traveled road in the state of New Hampshire. And essentially, we shouldn't have any property sitting there for years on end.
Oh, you're right, but at the same
Empty.
time, right now they're empty too because of the economy and what's going on.
Some of those were empty long before the economy tanked. That's the end of my list.
Good. Okay. I just have a few items. One is the Tilton Pond, after our public hearings, I should say. I did open up a conversation with Chuck Mitchell and Jim Clements, and I asked the question, would it be possible to open communications up to purchase Tilton Pond as opposed to swap the land? And the answer was yes. So we're going to meet at some point after this week because it was opening week at Tilton School. So that's kind of exciting.
That is very exciting.
So potentially a purchase of the pond property.
So we own both.
And merge the whole thing into the
Conservation.
Buffalo Park hunting area?
I think we should just make them conservation areas and not make them part of Buffalo Park and have it no hunting.
Just a conservation. Right.
Maybe
I am so not up with that.
safaris through the park, hunt
Yeah.
for rhinos and whatnot.
Right.
You could hunt
Cougars!
for...
Cougars!
You could hunt for Karen Terriers.
There you go.
Ouch.
There's a very short season on those terriers.
Yeah, because you got to be faster than Pat.
Had to be faster than a Karen Terrier. Let me try it.
There's no way.
Oh.
Those little terriers, but those little short legs, ding!
Bing.
Go ahead and try and catch one. Good luck with that.
Exactly.
I had an iguana that could out...
We had chat meeting the other day. We met with, think of her name, Wanda Bellier from the Franklin Visiting Nurses Hospice. It was an excellent meeting. What we did is she gave a synopsis of what Visiting Nurses Association and Hospice does, and then we all talked about what we do as a committee, and then the conversation went to how we could help visiting nurses and how visiting nurses could help us. And I think what we gained from that were a couple of things. One is they're running a class on hospice on September 21st, Wednesday, September 21st in the evening, 6 to 8:30. It runs for 6 weeks. Unfortunately, myself and Jane can't go because we're on budget, season. But they'll start another one up in the spring. That's extremely helpful to all of our seniors. So there's a few in our group that will take advantage of that. The other thing is that we have resources and links to, like the Alzheimer's Association, that will come and give us short courses or seminars or whatever to sit with respite care for people with Alzheimer's, which we do. So if there's any suggestions, ideas that we're not doing now, I'm sure we can learn from it. So that was extremely helpful. We are having a fundraiser in the fall to raise more money to do another phase of the senior center. And talking with Bob, a couple of, a month or so ago that we reported about Lowe's, well, actually 2 months ago, we reported about Lowe's and the air conditioners, and it really bothered me because we were going down the stairs and people were saying, well, geez, you know what, I'm going to go to Lowe's now because they're supporting our seniors, which is a great thing. But being an ex-employee of Home Depot, I said, they've trained their employees to be community-oriented, and it just didn't sit well with me. So I did make a phone call to, about a month ago, right after that, to the corporate office, Vice President, Public Relations. And not for any particular reason other than I'd really like to let them know the scenario of what took place with our air conditioners and how we asked them to help us out with the discount to send our businesses over there to buy air conditioners where we were asking businesses to donate. We could send them there to buy them if we got a small donation, a small discount. And there was nothing done. And how people reacted to that, and how people reacted to being in the paper that it was Lowe's that stepped forward and so on and so forth. And last week, I guess that the information trickled down very quickly, but last week we have a new manager in Tilton who's extremely community-oriented, probably the most community-oriented that Home Depot has, and he's very willing to sit down. He sat down with Bob for a little bit. He's very willing to sit down with myself and Tom Gallant for our senior project to see what he can do and how he can help in other projects in town. So good things always happen when you say what you feel, I guess. So that was an exciting thing. I did talk with John Bernard up at the Grange, and I asked him to have, that we wanted to see an engineered project, an engineered proposal of what we would like to see is an engineered proposed of a common shared area and what we would be using and what they would be using, and his cut in and so on and so forth. And his response to that was that he would like some type of commitment from the selectmen as to they would go ahead with an agreement if he brought in that, spent all the money for the engineer. And I said, I'm sorry, that's not going to happen because we really need to see this first. And so I think my use of an engineered project, an engineered full-scale, was a little bit more detailed. I think we want a detailed...
It doesn't have to be an
It doesn't have to be engineered, stamped, and he was...
Draftsman?
Right, draftsman copy would be nice so that we could understand footage, we could understand space, we could understand what's going to be impervious and what's not, where it's going to be cut in, where it's not. And so he said he would move forward with that and have something in a couple of weeks. He's going to go away for a few weeks, so that won't happen, probably 2 to 3 weeks on that. So that's that. This week has been an unusual week with requests from complaints. We had a complaint that turned out to be an okay thing. Actually, it turned out to be an apology instead of a complaint, but downstairs, deputy tax collector. So that turned out to be okay, but it's just been an unusual week of phone calls to please have the selectmen call you back. Unusual amount. So,
Funny, the park commissioner's got that complaint.
Yes, we did have a complaint.
What complaint?
Well, about Buffalo Park, that
Oh,
the
yeah.
trails aren't well delineated, and there's no sign saying that this is the parking or welcome to Buffalo Park. There's just a smaller sign once you're inside with the rules. That's a work in progress.
And it's a conservation area, so it really is supposed to be kind of a wilderness.
right, you really don't want to
Don't
start
wanna
cutting
change
and
anything.
changing,
No.
right.
No, but
But
I mean,
it sounded like he got lost.
if you're gonna have, and there were no maps of trails, this person found it on the internet by searching through the town's website, but, I mean, if you're gonna map out trails, you should at least probably have some blazes or something that indicates that this is where the trail goes, but, that's something that is a work in progress.
And he had a difficult time locating it. Maybe that's something Tim could be made aware of. If he could add whatever, I haven't looked to see what he has for Buffalo Park, but maybe directions on how to get to it, because that was his other issue.
The individual
He went there
pulled into
twice.
that area and didn't think it was it, and he left, and then he came back again and realized he was in the right place.
Oh, okay.
Well, unless you go all the way to the top of the little circle there and happen to notice the small sign up against the tree, you wouldn't know necessarily, because I was up there. I asked Catherine, I asked Dave Fox, I went on the town website, I was in that parking lot twice now, and still didn't realize I was at Buffalo Park.
Right.
And I was looking for Buffalo Park.
Oops, sorry. Well, the stewardship is so specific on the type of sign.
Right.
It
That
needs
has
to be wood.
Routed.
A
Routed?
routed wood sign.
Yeah,
And who does routed wood signs?
There's lots of people that do
there's
it.
a
Well, I thought
few.
you were telling me there was the name of somebody who
Right,
did.
Kim
Doubleday.
Doubleday does it.
Oh, I see.
Speaking of parks, there's one other thing I'd like to bring up. That last week you mentioned about the trash. I noticed yesterday the people across from Riverfront Park in the apartments putting out their trash Wednesday morning
In the park?
and across the street from the park
Thursday morning pickup.
for Thursday morning pickup.
When? On
And it is
Wednesday for Thursday?
The dogs are getting into it. Animals, I shouldn't say dogs, but animals are getting into it, and it's blowing across.
Thank
By
you.
Wednesday afternoon, I saw it literally blowing across the street into Riverfront Park.
Yep.
Oh, well, that's not good at all. What's our...
This is the third or fourth time I have visibly seen it
Isn't
blowing
there an
across.
ordinance that says you can't put your,
Yeah.
Yes, they can't put it out the night before.
It's not the one on the corner of Cedar and
Yet
Winter,
everyone on
it's the
Main
one
Street
before
is
that.
allowed to. You can't enforce
code
that because we
enforcement.
allow everyone
the
on the
brick
main
place.
street of Tilton to put their trash out the day before pickup. So how can we make one individual stick to an ordinance that we don't enforce for
Right.
anyone
Start
else?
enforcing our ordinance?
Theirs is causing a problem.
Yeah.
The ordinance you have.
Well, this causes a problem. Have you ever walked down Main Street on a hot August night?
Can we
Damn.
start enforcing the ordinance?
There's a ton
I've
of
tried to for
bags
about
out
10
there.
years.
There's a ton of bags out there.
It's nasty looking, but, I mean, can we start citing the owners of this garbage for the failure to follow the ordinance?
Well, if you do that, you got to enforce it for everyone else.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, I'd love to.
Is that not possible, or is that inconvenient? or-
I think if we had an ordinance, if we have an ordinance, we should enforce it.
I'm all for that, or get rid of the ordinance.
We've sent letters to people before telling them to make sure that their refuse is in sturdy containers and in the plastic bags are getting into dogs and things.
These are just plastic bags in a pile. There's probably
huge heap.
a huge heap, 9, 10 maybe. And
One over here?
no,
Oh, yeah, up and down the street, yeah, that's nasty.
it's not the house, it's not the brown house on the corner of Winter and Cedar.
The white
It's the
one.
one right before that.
The white one right on the corner of Winter and West Main, right? Mm-hmm. It's actually,
it's-
I
there's
think
a
its
big
number-
driveway.
I think its number is 1 Winter Street.
It's a site that we can tell.
Might be.
You know, they're-
It's right there, big driveway, and
No
what the
one
cars park in
in
there,
town should be
parallel to
putting
the
their
street.
trash out the night before pickup.
And yesterday I saw the trash out, and I said, well, geez, that's odd, it's out really early. So they must have a maintenance person that works on Wednesdays and put it out. But this
Before it
is,
gets there.
you know, I saw it on the way home yesterday afternoon, it was blowing in the street across to Riverfront Park.
Yeah, that's not...
And yes, I did go and pick it up, but it did, it
that's
blew
not-
right across.
It'll just be there the next time, too. We need to do something about the problem.
Oh, this is not the first time.
No, it's not. I tried to tell people that, and they thought I was crazy.
Right.
Well,
So thank you.
that's a silly reason to think you're crazy with so many other reasons. But how do we go about doing this? Code enforcement?
Yeah, well, yeah, you enforce
Is there a fine? for
police, the police can, the
garbage?
police usually enforce those.
Yeah, the police can
That's not a
enforce it.
zoning ordinance, it's a selectman's ordinance, so the
selectman,
police
yeah.
would enforce that.
Bob, can you go over there and talk with them and,
Can't let Main Street do it.
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
What's that, virtual Tilton? Got a little aerial picture of the house.
Very cool.
Better than Google Earth.
yep. Yeah, they put their trash out right here.
Soap out.
You know what they're
Yeah,
gonna
that was
say?
last year. They had a
You
sofa
know
out
what they're
there
gonna
for
say?
weeks.
Everybody east of us puts their trash out Wednesday night.
Well, the only place that I think that it's probably a problem is for businesses downtown, because they don't arrive until in the morning. Some of them are here early, but some don't come in until 9:30. You know,
What time is trash pickup?
7 o'clock.
early, 7.
Well, and I think that's the fault of us. I mean, we contract for that pickup, so, you know, we need to tell Bestway or
Oh, yeah,
whoever
just
is
tell
picking it up,
Bestway, don't
saying,
pick up
you
until
can't,
10.
you're gonna have to reverse your pickup order because you can't do the Main Street that early because they're not open.
Either that or we're going to have to provide a dumpster.
Put dumpsters.
Couple dumpsters.
Well, some of
Either
the
way, we're going to have garbage on
They
the
have
street
their
for a
own
certain
dumpsters.
period of time, right?
Well, some of the businesses do have a dumpster in the back, but,
Very few.
You didn't.
yeah, very few. And then some have really cleaned up
What
their
galls
act.
me is how much recyclable material is stacked up there.
And cardboard and plastic and oh my goodness.
Sandy, do you have anything for us?
Just a little bit. Tomorrow, I'm meeting with the chief and Mike Izzard at the, right here in the town hall. We're going to go over the police policy, and so we'll be here at 2 o'clock
Police policy for what?
for the impact fees.
Okay.
And also, I was given a gentleman had called and was inquiring about buying a piece of the property that we've taken by deed, the piece that's over on Beach. And he wanted to subdivide it so that he could sell the empty piece off to pay for the other piece. And I explained to them that it was not a subdividable piece of land because it's on a private way instead of a Class 5 road, and that it wasn't something he could take to the zoning board because it wasn't a zoning regulation. It wasn't like a decision that had been made, like he was, didn't get a building permit, it was turned down or something, to where that could be appealed to the zoning board. This was strictly the subdivision regs, and his only choice would be to either appeal to the planning board or take it to Superior Court. And I said, but considering that the planning board, I said I would be highly surprised if they would consider any kind of appeal, because this is also an RSA regarding new lots and the fact that they have to have Class 5 access. So, anyway, he asked me if I would please just put it in writing and email it to him, and I said certainly. So I will get that finished and send it off to him. So, but other than that, I haven't been taking part in the fundraiser or the committee to plan the fundraiser for the Winnipesaukee River Trails, because they meet in the mornings and I'm not available anymore in the mornings for a while. So anyway, but I still get all the emails and the minutes, and that is coming right along. They pretty well have everything sealed up as far as all their, the people that are going to be donating for auctions, who our restaurant vendors are going to be this year. That was such a popular thing last year that, a lot of the restaurants are really looking forward to coming back. So anyway, that's coming right along, and they're finishing up the planning on that now. There's tickets now, and the tickets are $20 again this year, and they're available in a lot of places downtown. Joyce has some if you want to buy tickets to go, and I know that Polly's is selling tickets.
What's the date on that again?
It's the 13th of October. It's a Thursday night. I was going to ask the selectmen if we could maybe move our meeting to a Wednesday night so that we...
Budget committee will be meeting.
Well, then another time. Maybe that's the, I don't know when, what...
October 13th,
Yeah,
so maybe the 11th on a Tuesday night? That's planning board.
yeah.
So the 10th on Monday night?
Well,
That's
whatever.
Columbus Day.
That's Columbus Day. Well, that eliminates that meeting then. Or, if we have something, maybe we can get together in the afternoon so that, people would be... if they
Take care
were-
of
Yeah.
Have something a little
receivables.
abbreviated.
No, I can't do afternoons anymore.
The meaning of
Why?
abbreviation.
Well, we just signed the mail.
What time does the event begin?
With emergencies.
It's from
Next week or the week before.
6 to
whatever.
8. Is it 6 to 8 or 5 to 8? I thought it was 5 to 8.
I can't get here before 3:30. Oh, wait a minute.
Well, the budget on, wait a minute, the budget doesn't meet until 7. Why can't we come in at 4:30 and to 7 on Wednesday?
Yeah,
5 to 8.
Does anyone, who else meets on Wednesday night?
Just budget.
just budget.
Just budget? So why don't we come on Wednesday night and make the budget committee meet downstairs?
Because we want to be with the budget.
Park commissioners,
Still make them
Park
meet
commissioners are
downstairs.
the first Tuesday.
That
Just
wouldn't,
a joke, it's just a joke.
that's, yeah, but the 12th, the day before is the second Wednesday of October.
yeah. So when
Yeah,
do
but
you
they're going to
meet?
start meeting every month.
When does, Parks?
Park.
Oh, they'll be meeting on the 4th,
The first
Oh, okay.
the
Tuesday.
first Tuesday.
Oh, so you changed, you no longer meet on Wednesdays?
No.
Oh, we haven't.
Did you
for
hear that?
months.
First Tuesday of the month for park commissioners. So anyway, if we could move the meeting that way, those that wanted to go to the,
Do we want to move
Fundraiser.
it?
I had a really good time
Yes.
last year, and I wholeheartedly recommend it for anybody who didn't try it last
Yeah.
time.
I better get my
It was
cutting
a
boards
fun
done.
time.
yes, I thought it
It was
was.
very enjoyable.
I had somebody stay with Mark and go, but he
And I
doesn't
got-
do well late at
Just
night.
as an FYI, I got an email from Eliza about parking at the church, so I have to,
Yep.
we're in the process, we're getting a new pastor, so I
Right.
gotta run it by him.
Okay.
Do we want to do 4:30 to 7 for the selectmen's meeting on the 12th, and then just go to the budget committee at 7?
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah, I think that's
1:30
what
on the
we did.
12th?
Sure.
I think
I mean,
that's
you're
what
only
we
at
did
9
last
at that point.
year, too.
Be just
Well,
like a
that's right, yeah,
selectmen's
because
meeting.
4:30
like a
to
selectmen's
7 on
meeting, thank you.
Wednesday, and then attend the budget committee.
Okay.
And that way, we just won't meet that Thursday, we'll go to the, for those that do want to go. So,
Okay, that it for you?
yeah, I think that's going to do it for me. Oh, well, I'm done. I don't want to talk about that yet.
Okay, we have the Governor's Advisory Commission on Intermodal Transportation, which is composed of 5 executive councilors, and the Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Transportation announces that public hearings will be held to review and receive input on the update of the state's 10-year Transportation Improvement Plan, 2013 to 2022. The purpose of these public hearings is to receive public comments, testimony, and the projects and materials included in the draft 2013 to 2022 10-year Transportation Improvement Plan as recommended by the New Hampshire Department of Transportation. Those not available to attend the meeting can submit written testimony within 10 days of the completion of the public hearings, but no later than November 10th. And so it looks like District 1, Ray Burton, September 26th, Monday, 2011, Laconia, on 45 Beacon Street, City Council Chambers, at 8 a.m.
8 a.m.?
Wow.
And I personally cannot make it.
10:26, 9:26.
9:26, at 8 a.m.
There's no way.
Oh, I can do that one.
Can we go to another one in Plymouth at 11 a.m. that same morning? I may be able to make that one.
Is Ray going to be there?
Yes. These are the ones that are done by Ray Burton. Plymouth, Warren, Lincoln, Berlin, those. And they were all on the 26th. Whoa, boy, does he travel.
Oh, yes, he does.
So Plymouth is at Town Hall upstairs, 11 a.m. We could take the town car up there.
All right.
Oh, we could we slide into another district? District 1?
Actually, we're District 3, but,
Well, District 3 is Christopher Sununu, and that's in Durham. On
We're in
Sep-
Ray's district. We're in Ray's district.
Yeah, but we're in
You're
deep.
Oh, I'm
thinking DOT.
OT districts, right?
You're thinking DOT districts.
Yeah.
These are counselor districts, aren't
Oh,
they?
okay.
Executive Council of Districts, right?
Okay.
So we could go to, Ray Burton has Charleston, Lebanon, Haverhill, Littleton, Lancaster, Franklin, oh no, that's District 2, sorry, Wakefield, Moultonborough, Conway, Derry, Plymouth, Warren, Lincoln, Berlin. We could do the Plymouth one. You want to try for that one at 11?
Yeah.
That's
September
not- I could do
26th?
that.
I could probably do that. I have a 7:30 appointment in Manchester that I can get out.
I'm not going to be able to make any of them, so.
Really,
6 at 11, right?
so we would have to leave here, what, at 10:30? Or
Quarter past.
Quarter past?
With traffic, you're about 35 minutes from being at Town Hall.
Okay.
Do we have a copy of the 10-year plan? It's probably on the DOT website.
The notice says to go to the website.
Yep.
I can scan that and send it to you so you can take a look.
I'll be here tomorrow. I'll get it here tomorrow and print it out.
This Franklin Savings Bank, is this the actual check that's here, or is this a copy? It looks like all the original papers. Is this the actual,
I don't know what you're looking at.
for the Franklin
watermark?
Savings Bank check to chat? Okay.
It's a good copy. It's a good copy. Don't let our investigators see that, our detectives.
They just stamp copy on it.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, no, it says void. If you look at it sideways, it says void. Okay. We have something from Avatar for the pole, telephone, telecommunications values on the poles, the update valuation manual as a supplement. So if you want to take a look at that. That's it. It's ready for Joyce now.
I'm going to take a quick run downstairs.
Why would they send that to the planning board?
Why do they send something like that to the planning board?
Because they're coming before the board to subdivide their land, and then they're coming, they have a person that wants to develop part of that property, and right now that property is on Franklin Water, because that building was put up back in the 50s, and there was nobody over there but Franklin.
But that's not a planning board matter. That's really a civil matter. That's between the water district and...
But they're subdividing it now.
But,
So they're just bringing it
It's
to the
changing the
planning board.
ownership.
right, but I'm saying, yeah, I
They're
mean,
bringing
that's like...
this
Attention
to...
that that's part of their franchise area.
Right.
That's all they're doing.
But like I explained to the person that called me about this, was just the fact that, well, it's hard for me because years ago, when those businesses went in over there, that was the only choice they had. Tilton didn't go that way with water. And are you saying that now, because it's a district, that you expect them to just drop Franklin and have them run all the water lines down to them?
Yeah, that's ridiculous, to expect them to go to that kind of expense. That's what I'm saying. I think
Well,
the
look
Board
at
of
what they're doing
Selectmen
to
should
Walmart.
respond to them.
I think what he is looking at there is if a new business comes to town and wants to develop over there, that it should be on Tilton Water.
But Tilton, how far does the water line go down that way?
Well, that's what I said is, well, just how far down does your lines go? You know, I mean, he can hook up to Franklin, and
Is the town hall on municipal water? I mean, the town garage?
no.
I didn't think so.
No, and they're not on municipal sewer either.
No. Well, I know the sewer, because the sewer doesn't go down that far. So how can
But
they
is Rhymes?
The line is across the street.
It should say on
sewer.
the property tax card if it's serviced by.
The sewer doesn't, I don't think it even goes down to where Grossman's
The
used to be.
sewer was
Uncle
brought up
Goldie's.
to Rick Lepine's lot that he took the building down on.
When I was moving your stuff, I saw a water district building list.
You could look on that and see.
So anyway, I think they were just making the planning board aware that...
Where it is, it used to be sitting on that table.
that they do have, the district has this
Probably still on your table.
so-called rights, and
You have a lot of stuff. It's like, oh, wow, I'm going to make a copy of this.
Help yourselves. I'm
Probably
serious.
shouldn't do this, but while I
Whatever
was
you need.
sitting there, I've been having trouble with my email, but I
Got into it and that came.
We'll let everyone except Catherine Dawson know.
I forwarded it to the board, but I'm like, I better bring it to their attention right now.
Dear Joyce, of course, they wouldn't call Catherine. We are writing to inform you of our anticipated schedule for work at the Pine Street Box Culvert. We are waiting on confirmation of crane availability and have anticipated target date of next Friday, September 16th, to resume work. We have checked the extended weather forecast, and conditions appear favorable to allow the brook to recede to a more manageable level by that time. We will confirm our schedule with you when we have confirmation on the availability of the crane. Todd Query.
I bet I could find him a crane.
Todd's your friend, Catherine. Why don't you call him and get him on the job?
So they're
September
delaying
16th
another
is
week.
awful late to start doing that.
It's next Friday.
Next Friday.
And we
No,
don't know if they have
but
the-
this isn't, they're not going to be there. This doesn't say they're going to be there. They have anticipated target date.
To start the work
We have
is
checked the
Friday.
extent, and conditions appear favorable.
Sounds like they went to a fortune teller.
We need to respond to this very harshly.
Well, the channel doesn't forecast 9 days out.
We need one of your special letters to let them know. We need to let them know that they need to be on the job by, are we going to accept Friday, September 16th, or we need to start finding them?
I think we're behind the curve on that one.
Well, I think we need to pick up the ball.
The 16th will be 4 months past the completion date that they anticipate starting with favorable conditions. If they can get a crane, maybe.
Well,
After September 16th, we will be assessing a late fee.
so we're going to accept it September 16th? Seems to me there's a lot of other things they could be doing. Why haven't they patched any of the stuff they're supposed to patch?
right. Before we send that, though, I think we should look at the contract and make sure that we're not just blowing hot air.
You talk about being danced on a marionette string.
There's a cell phone right there.
Just waited until next week.
You have to go into non-public for me to
Forward it
come.
right away and then wait, but no. I just,
You send this, did you forward this to us?
You're going to reply to it tonight when you get home,
Thank you.
before you have a beer. No, maybe after. Better after.
Trust me, there'll be no calming down on this one. There's no
There's
self-medication.
a cell phone right there. Just go over there and call them up. It's unacceptable.
just say, we just got your email. Wake up.
What time was the email?
4:48.
4:48 PM.
I didn't have my email on.
I told them to call here. This was the coward's way out. This was
called
the
them?
coward's way out. I
Oh.
called them at 4:30.
Ian gave him, why do you think I have my cell phone right here?
And I
Ian gave him
told-
my cell phone.
I talked to him, and I told him to call me back, gave him the number at that extension.
Coward's way
Left the
out.
same message on Jeff Hills. Called Holden, told them the same thing, call here. I gave him Pat's cell phone number. There's no reason why they didn't call. This is cowardly lion stuff.
Why don't you go ahead and call them
And they're not getting a heart.
tomorrow morning and follow up with a letter.
Sorry, I just thought I'd
Say we're
throw
going
that
to follow
in
up
there.
with a letter.
I'll call them first thing in the morning. I'll call them both.
Do you want to write down the other one? The number? Jeff, I'll write it down for you.
So what is the penalty, $100 a day?
500, I think.
We already have that in place?
Didn't somebody have the contract out on the table
I
earlier?
had the performance bond papers out on the table, not the contract.
That you had
I might
already
have
called
a copy
them.
of the contract.
I thought you had already called them.
I did call
Scheduled
them.
a meeting.
Whom?
Hiltz.
No, I just want, I wasn't, that's pushing my luck. I can't even get them to call me back. He emails you, coward.
Okay,
Did
I'm
you
going
guys see
to go
this?
through this real fast.
Okay.
Okay?
She read it, but
I believe I
sometimes it's better
emailed
to
this
read
to the
it.
board. I got together with Cindy to go back and look at the town meeting minutes of 1994, and it was warrant Article 17. It said, "To see if the town will vote to authorize indefinitely until specific rescission of such authority, the Board of Selectmen to convey property acquired by the town through tax collector's deed by public auction." According to the minutes on the floor, it says, motion by T. D'Souza, second by T. Gallant, to accept article as read. Motion to amend article by W. Jocelyn, second by K. Money, to add as, or as justice may require. Motion on amendment passed. Motion on amended article passed with unanimous vote. So you do have the
Boy, they
option.
beefed that one up.
You can have that.
Okay.
You have all the good stuff. If I need that, I will know where
You
to.
know where it is. Boy, I better not let you look at my file drawer.
I did not open your drawers. I did not open your drawers. Last week, when you met with one of the former property owners of the property on
Right.
Beach Street, I had given you, and it was clipped with a black binder clip, all their documents on all the notices and everything.
Yes.
Is that around anywhere? Because
You put it in your bag, in your book thing.
those are all the originals.
Yeah, there it is.
I mean, I've scanned everything. I have, but that's just like my original notices and everything.
See, it's just not only Catherine. I didn't want her to feel alone.
Wanted to look at the contracts for that bridge.
You got them?
Okay, this is just another iteration of the one. I just want to make
Mine's
sure,
over that
because we need to get this out. I think I gave you two.
Yeah.
I will check the name. Again, I tried going on the deeds, but for some reason, my computer is not, maybe I have too many applications open, I don't know. I just need to make that number 9 in the correct font. And Mr. Nichols. And check the name, all right.
Okay, we were going to sign this tonight, though.
Oh, you do want to sign tonight? Okay.
Let me, do you have the deed reference? I'll run downstairs.
It's on the tax card.
I'll run downstairs and check on it.
Whoa.
Oh, this is the Holden contract.
Take me a second.
So Catherine, were you suggesting sending the code enforcement officer into
I
a
can get it
building
out
to
of the
take pictures of the insides of the building or the outside of the property, checking for abandoned cars or whatever.
I'm more concerned with the outside. I mean, theoretically, you should go in, and if you were a landlord renting out your apartment, you would do that before they took
I would
occupancy.
know- I would
But they're
know
already
what
in
the
there.
apartment was
So I'm
like,
more
yeah.
concerned with the outside, what's there, what's not there, is there a garage? I don't know if there's any outbuildings. And, what's the property? Is there any abandoned cars? Do they have a tire dump? Those are the kind of things I'd like to know.
That makes sense.
Perfect opportunity to know them.
Color, I'll have to put my
Laptop back up.
We just
And
need
get
one
it
in
cleaned
color.
up if,
I mean, I can use our color.
It's an issue.
I haven't
Yeah.
changed the thing yet.
Is that one in color?
that might be a visa not
We
to
hooked it up
sign
the
that
other day.
agreement until we've
The
had
little
it.
one.
Let's see. We could add number 10 about cleaning up the property.
Is in color, yes, but he didn't. But he hooked up the little one, I thought was color.
Oh, it's not here.
My thing wouldn't recognize.
What part?
The Hills contract, it's not here.
Flash drive.
I don't have anything other than that here.
Because it takes
I
a
don't
while to
believe.
bring my laptop
Let
back.
me see the performance bond one again, thank you.
Okay, Kathy called again, and she wanted to know if the commissioners could meet on September 27th at 5:30. And I looked on our calendar on our website, and I didn't see anybody else scheduled, so is that okay?
Sewer commissioners on the 20th, right? Third Tuesday?
No, we already gave you permission last week to go ahead if there's nobody else, yeah.
Okay, I didn't.
If there's nobody
You had
else,
said that, but I didn't.
no, I made a motion
Oh,
that if somebody, that it would be okay for the commissioners to meet as long as somebody, there was availability here at the town hall, and we could accommodate them.
But what I'll do when I do that, I'll just shoot an email out to everybody so you'll know who's in the town hall.
Right.
Okay, we'll do that. Airworks, I finally got their written estimate.
This is for the lock on the breaker. It's $145. 1 hour labor.
He said they come in packages of 4, that's why we're getting 4. We only requested 3, but we'll have an extra.
So they'll only sell us a 4-pack? That's what their deal is, yeah?
Right.
Buy 1 or buy 4, they come in 4.
How about we buy 3 ones?
It'd be much more expensive.
Well, then 4, yeah? Okay.
I make a motion that we purchase the breaker locks for 61 Business Park Drive.
Do they have to be installed by an electrician, though? or-
Yeah,
They're a special thing, right?
yeah, it goes into the breaker. According to Al.
They had those up at, I mean, it depends upon who the manufacturer of the circuit
Right.
panel is.
It does.
Up at Quinty, they had Square D, and they had these little metal clips. And all you do is you slip it over the switch, and there's a hole in the switch, and you just tighten the screw, and it just goes into that
So you
hole
can't
in the
shut
side of the
those
switch.
off.
So you can't shut them off or turn them on, depending upon which way you had the switch turned at the time you installed it. Because that's what, and I was able to put them on and off because we had fans that were controlled by switches, and I could either lock them on or lock them off, depending upon what time of year it was.
I know.
That was for a Square B box.
We had someone look at it, and they said that they didn't handle them at Home Depot. It had to be a
317.
special order by an electrician.
Oh, that's fine, you know what? We need to have it done, we might as well have it done.
So I need a second.
Making a motion, I'll second it.
All right, thank you. I made the motion, nobody seconded it. All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Aye.
You want to all sign that, send it around? I called Raoul's and had them, they'll remove the portable toilet at the island on Monday, September 26th. Hey, Catherine.
I thought we agreed to extend that one, didn't we? I thought that was going to be
We
until
decided
October.
not to.
It was $100 more.
We decided
I
not
thought
to.
somebody said last time that that's what the agreement was.
That they weren't going to charge us, right, and then you said they were going to charge us.
Charges. For the whole month.
I mean,
That's
it
why.
would cost us
Did they give you the
$50 and...
Email? Yes, I did. Thank you.
I asked the board last week,
Yeah,
did you want to...
$500 a day.
Oh, that's the contract?
Part of it.
That's why I asked when you wanted to have it
17.
removed.
No, that's fine.
That's pretty
There's nobody
straightforward,
over
isn't
there,
it?
and we don't have any, there's nobody over there, and there's no affairs scheduled, rentals or anything. I think it'd be fine.
Okay, on Tuesday, Mac Durgan was in to repair the Hewlett-Packard color laser jet. He'll only bill us for half an hour. He said
Oh, in
that-
your office.
He said the streaking is caused by the remanufactured magenta cartridge. He recommended replacing it with the HP cartridge, which I went ahead and ordered from Staples. He checked the fuser and the paper feeds, and both appeared to be fine. He also ran various print tests. He said there is still life left in the printer. However, if the fuser needed to be replaced or the paper feeds need repair work, it would be less expensive to purchase a new printer.
How much is the cartridge, HP cartridge?
I'd have to look. I think it was $208.
That pretty much
The
totals the printer, doesn't it?
the colors cartridges are more than the black. The blacks are $178.
Oh, well,
So we
So are we
can't,
paying more for cartridges for this than the printer is worth?
so we paid $90 for McDurgan to come, and $200 for a cartridge
Right, and I still
that
have...
we don't know whether it's going to work or not. He's telling us that it's going to work because it's a manufactured one.
It's
Right.
a
So you
genuine
can see where
HP
it's all
cartridge.
leaking. We still have 2 of the other cartridges left.
When we could have got a brand-new one for $500.
Right, but you had said you didn't want a new one downstairs.
No, I
So
said,
it's to
why are
keep-
we,
keep it-
why are we...
keep this one
I
running.
said, why are we replacing that at all? Why do we need that one?
Because that's a laser. It's a high-speed laser printer. It's old. It's 2005.
I didn't want to fix it at all. I didn't want to do anything with it.
you get a lot more printed, a lot more pages out of one of those than a inkjet, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Which is why the cartridges are so much more expensive.
Depending upon,
Because a regular cartridge for an inkjet's going to run you $25 to $50, depending on how big the
depending
cartridge.
don't
upon
last
the
long.
cartridge, you
No,
can
and they don't
get
last
anywhere from 35 to 50
Do you have
pages,
laser at home?
where you
Yeah.
can get, you know,
But-
Hundreds of pages.
You know, my thing is we
10
have
times as many.
the copier in the copy room that does everything. We don't, if we're going to print out a lot of color copies, we should be going to Staples.
Right.
Town
I know, we
reports?
don't.
But
we
if
don't
you're going
print
to
a lot of
print out
colored
a
copies.
They
couple
don't
of...
print a lot of
If you're going to
color
print a
copies.
couple of color copiers, you don't need a printer like that.
Oh,
You just don't.
we already had it, that's why. It still has
We already
life.
have it, and it still has life in it.
It's cheaper than,
It's just that it was...
But the
streaky.
cartridges are so expensive. It may have life left into
But a
it.
cartridge
But is it
should
practical
last.
life?
It should last quite some time.
Should
Tim
last a
recommended that we
Last longer
replace the
than a
cartridge, or we wait and the cartridge runs out and that's it. He was looking to replace it, right?
Yeah, we need to, yeah.
not this
when-
one.
No, you
It
didn't
had
want to
life.
replace that one at all.
Oh, well, that's
I
the one
didn't
he
want
wanted to replace.
Well, no, he said in his notes that he was waiting for the cartridges to run out, and then he would replace the one downstairs.
right.
That's
Your
what I
laser.
understood.
Right, but that laser still has life in it, so why would we stop using it?
Because
It's
it
too
gets to a
expensive to
point...
run?
It gets to a point where if you're going to spend $90 or $180, depending on a half hour's work of cleaning or an hour's work, $180 and $208 on a cartridge, That's, almost $300, or a little better than $300, when it's cheaper, really, in the long run, will last you years to come, much more better for a $500 laser.
Right, but
Printer.
what do the cartridges cost for the $500 laser? What's
About the same price.
cost per paper, per sheet?
See, my argument is we already have a little printer there that it does the few color copiers we need. If you need a whole bunch of
But
copies, you're going
cost
to
per
send it to
page is
black
much
and
more
out.
expensive.
Yeah.
I don't,
What copy do we
I
use
would have to
to
go
print the
look
town
at,
report?
it's my understanding
Use
that
the
the
big
cost
one in
per
the
page
mailroom.
on that
They are.
laser,
So,
And then
cost
it's
per
black
page
and white only.
impressions,
do we really need
cartridges we
a
have,
$1,000 worth of
less
copy
than,
stuff
like,
in
my
that
Canon
office when
or
we've got all this other
this
thing?
one.
I don't know.
I can
It's
see
cheaper.
having a town
It doesn't give you as many
administrative
impressions
copier
on the
doesn't have to run
cartridge.
around the corner, but
You may pay more for
to
the
tune of
cartridge,
hundreds and
but
hundreds of
you're
dollars.
going to be buying more of those.
That's my
And we
question.
got one in a box over
And
there
it
that
lasts a
doesn't seem
long
to be
time.
moving
Those
anywhere.
cartridge guns last
What's up with
quite a
that?
while.
That's the one we just got.
That's the one that's going up here.
We've owned that for several days, and it's still in the box.
Before,
That was-
They had a
so you
big
know,
computer.
the deed is only in Frederick
Precedent.
Nichols III's name.
Okay, good.
The trust, all the trustees deeded it, and it states, we, deed this property to Frederick Nichols III individually, and then it lists the property. So, and they all,
He is the sole owner.
He is the sole
Nice.
owner.
Thank you for checking that. So we're good.
Okay, so
Good.
we're okay, so you spent the
So-
money on the cartridge, that's fine.
Yeah, so when the other two cartridges run out, if you want to stop using it,
Well, let's cross that bridge when we get to it.
Well, the other two cartridges, are they color?
I believe they are. Yes, I believe they are.
So why would we use those? Can we return them? Because if they're the ones if the manufacturing one is causing the streak,
I don't know, is that guy still in
compatible one is
business?
causing the
Is he
streak.
still The same
What is
guy?
it, a refilled?
So they're remanufactured?
They're compatible brand, they're not Hewlett-Packard, and it's a
Are you
Hewlett-Packard
calling them
pencil.
remanufactured, like somebody's worn
They
out
fill old
cartridge that they
cartridges. They
fill?
refill
No. Yeah, they do.
Is that what it is, remanufactured, or is
See
it
what
just
the fill
an
level is on
off-market?
it. Because if,
So it is remanufactured. It's not an off-market.
if they're the
Probably
two
the right
that are
brand
up there are going to replace some that
They
are,
refill them. You can refill them
Half.
yourself. The only problem is,
Wait
oh
and
yeah,
use
they have a little,
Yeah.
like a needle thing. The only
I'll
problem
look at
is,
the,
they drip and they leak and they streak, because once you inject them.
I've had no problems with that
That's an
printer,
issue.
other than.
Oh,
once
yeah,
it's
how do you
the
seal it?
Cartridge world.
Let's just have one conversation going on.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I've never had
Maybe-
no problems with this, just that since those remanufactured
Yep.
ones we've been getting from that company.
And they're much cheaper? Is
Isn't
that
it
why we went
Cartridge
there?
World or something like that?
I'd have to look at the invoices, yes, they were, because they're remanufactured. They
Oh,
weren't-
send them back.
So it's much
Originals.
cheaper. So we go with the Hewlett-Packard one, and it's, works out fine. It might be a little bit more expensive, but we don't get that terrible streaking, and
If you do get that streaking, you call up Hewlett-Packard and say, hey, your cartridges, because we now know it's not
Right.
the printer itself.
Right.
all right.
Okay, and then also while he was here, he looked at the MITA, and he said it has more than lived its useful life. They're not interested in parts, and so I'm requesting permission from the board. You want me to advertise it on Craigslist, put a price?
Recycle.
Free cycle for free.
Yeah.
What is it?
Bertha's
Recycle.org.
going, we should have
Bertha's
some kind of
going?
ceremony.
And then Catherine looked up, she got me all the information on how many copies it is, and it's, all the information on it, so I can go ahead and post something on the web, or,
That might have a life in some other town hall somewhere else.
So you just post it on freecycle.org, and someone will come and pick it up
Take
and
it away.
use it.
Yeah.
Use it.
That would be
Somebody might
great.
have some
all
model.
about that.
Parts.
So I can get on Freecycle.
Free
pretty
cycle,
easy,
is that
'cause
what
I'm
that?
a member of it.
Free cycle, you say? I
Freecycle.org.
haven't heard of that. That's a great thing. I'm gonna check that out.
FREECYCLE.org. And you have to put in what, you would belong to the Plymouth area one. Yeah.
So if I type up all the information, I'll email it to you and you can put it on.
I'll put it on.
Okay, Dawn Schimberg, I had talked with her last Friday, and she asked if she could come in and speak with the board about the restitution.
Yes.
The
I saw
Christmas
her-
tree lights?
I saw her email.
She's the new director.
I know,
Director?
Martha's gone.
So I
We
said I
didn't
would
have any
ask the
type of
board.
see you later ceremony for Martha Douglas, and that's one incredible woman.
So can she come
Oh,
in next?
My wife said she could continue to work there through AARP.
Really?
AARP pays
She should
retired
have
people
just
a
come in
stipend to go and
right
work
from the
for
start.
nonprofit organizations.
Spoken with the board on something like that.
I take it from reading her email that
Little
you
money,
sent
and
to
they
us
would still
that
have the benefit of
she
her.
wanted to talk to us about what we did as far as restitution.
Wow.
What do we have, 7 PM next week, Catherine?
Why don't you bring her in? It's 4:30 already taken?
Oh, what time is Bill Lambert?
4:30 on that Thursday. No, you're meeting right after.
10?
I got 1 o'clock.
Because it starts at
Ernie's
1 o'clock.
meeting. The Ernie's meeting starts at 1.
So you were going to meet,
I can't read my writing. Something's at
That's at 10
7,
a.m.
4:30,
Whoa.
5.
Bill Lambert's coming at what time?
he
10.
was going to let the chief, 10 o'clock?
Bill Lambert's at 10.
Yeah.
I can't come.
And Crederi Associates are at 1.
Right.
Maybe that's where I got messed up.
And I have something written at 7 PM, but I can't read my writing.
Because then Catherine or Pat suggested that while you're all here, just do your selectmen's meeting and keep the agenda light
Yep.
For
Next
when?
week?
for the
Yeah, next
15th.
week.
Why, what's happening?
It's a budget
Because you
committee
will have
on
met,
17th?
this next Thursday, you will have been meeting all day, and how can you go till 9, 10 at night?
We're inactive.
I've worked all day here.
Next
I
week?
just walked upstairs.
Next week, we said that we would open our meeting at 1 o'clock, and that would be our selectmen meeting.
keep going.
And keep going, and then just go home early.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep going.
I don't have anything at 7, so I don't
At
know.
1 o'clock?
Well, we're meeting,
We're meeting Kadiri Associates for the
Yeah,
trail
for
at 1
Ernie's.
o'clock. So we're going to have, that's noticed as a selectmen's meeting.
Oh, I see.
So that we can make decisions during the meeting.
Yeah.
And then when we're done that, well just keep going. Hopefully it'll be 2 o'clock, and we'll
means
be
I've
out of here
got-
by 5.
I've got 3 1 o'clock things.
2:30?
That's going to
You
be
can just
bad.
walk down.
yeah,
I have to do some juggling there.
Send your clones.
right.
Yeah, I'll send the phones.
The rocket,
Ernie's?
the
what's that?
clone.
What's
Is
that
that
movie?
Ernie's thing at 1, Catherine?
Yes.
Yes,
So
That's the
we're,
update on what they're doing down there.
with,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
so then we won't have one in the evening, so we'll just go from 1 o'clock, Crederi's, we'll have Dawn in around 2:30, and then keep the business light, and I'll
absolutely nobody
Get out
gets to
by
come in.
10?
Well, I know Tim would like to talk with the board about the banking proposals.
Yep.
did you read them?
Can you do it next week?
Yeah.
Can you do it on the 22nd, though? The week after?
Probably could, but
I don't think it would take that long.
It's only going to take a couple minutes.
No, it's not. It's
It
going
never
to take
takes
half
us
an
a couple
hour.
minutes to do anything.
How do you know?
Because it's Tim, we're going to ask him all kinds, I know me. I'm going to ask all kinds of questions. I'm going to have to read it.
Would you want them now? We could
If he
give
gives
the-
them
we-
to
we-
us ahead
out
of
the-
time.
Out of the 4, we've narrowed it down to 2, and then from those 2, we selected 1.
I want to
have a
see all
preferred
four.
vendor. You have a
Okay.
preferred vendor.
I want to
Oh,
see
yeah,
all four,
yeah,
and then I want to
when-
know what your preferred one is.
Okay, I mean, he did all the actual analysis, because when they give you all their fees, they tell you what their minimum balances are, and then based on that, and so he did all that math. So I fully trust his,
Oh, I do too.
Recommendation.
I want to see the four.
okay, all right.
And then
they're
know
in
the
my
one.
office.
So if you give me copies tomorrow,
I'll just give you the whole thing. You'll be here tomorrow?
you better give me, don't give me any originals. Unless you're great.
Oh, no, he's got originals. He
Okay.
had given me originals.
You give me copies.
No, what I did is I started with the bank that we currently use. I read that one because that's what we would be comparing to. And then from there, it was, you looked at the other things, like,
Right.
you know, what they do for the community and how accessible they are, and,
Customer service.
yeah.
Oh,
that
no,
was-
no, no.
think we
How
just
much
need
money
it.
we get to save, how much money.
Right. I mean,
Do we
right,
say?
exactly. I mean, that's what I looked
I don't
at.
care
And then
what
I
they
went
do
to
for the
Tim and I said,
community.
of these,
Well,
what do you say is the
if
most
they
money?
charge the same, two banks charge the same, but one is much better
That,
for
yeah,
the community.
then
You have to
that'll
look
come
at the
into
whole
play.
picture.
Right.
That'll come into play.
So, no, I'll let him, he did the bulk of the work on that, so he really should speak to the whole board, and the sooner the better.
Okay,
So can Tim come in?
yep.
Okay. All right, I just need a very brief non-public to give you updates on some pending legal cases, and on one of the cases, you need to make a decision, and also a potential land acquisition.
I love land acquisition.
Oh, yeah.
It comes with tenants.
No. No. I don't want to acquire tenants, I want to acquire land.
And hunting privileges.
Excellent. I'm all about hunting.
No hunting on this one.
All right.
Okay, I received a return phone call from Specialist Courtney Seelig from the New Hampshire National Guard. She said that when they receive information of a returning veteran, that they do a press release to the media. And it's really up to the funeral home and the local police department of wherever the funeral home is, or wherever the...
Returning dead.
Yes.
So I,
Oh,
okay.
I was excited for a minute, then
Yeah,
it
we
just
got
got
somebody
more
coming
than-
home.
Or wherever they're buried, to do the escort.
We got information Friday, was it last Friday? Or Monday?
No, it was the Friday.
Friday. We got word on last Friday that they escorted a soldier, deceased soldier coming home from the war, up north, and we were the only exit bridge not
Again?
accompanied.
Again,
So we wanted to know
Don't we get
why
notifications?
that
They
was
don't-
happening.
They don't do notifications.
How
They
does
just-
everybody else know?
then how does everybody else
Because
know?
people see it in the paper.
Oh, that they're coming home?
I read lots of
Or
papers,
the
but I don't.
community that it knows of the veteran, they would know.
But what about the state police? I
They
know-
don't, no.
There's got to be a Veterans Association, there's got to be, there's got to be some type of state veterans...
VFW?
No, a state veterans office themselves that know of deceased New Hampshire people coming home and where they're located.
Maybe our state
The
senator
federal
can help us with
government
that.
knows.
I'm sure they know.
So I asked her, I
And if
said,
it's
well,
in the
don't you have it-
newspaper, it's
can you add
public
us to your
information.
public information or your email list? And she said, no, their policy is they just release it to the media. That's all they do.
Now, we have. a
Okay,
state
you know what?
senator,
We
right?
have a connection with
Can't they
the
help us
media.
out?
Let's talk to Donna Rhodes
Yeah, how do we find out?
and see if she will email it to us. She wants me to
Oh,
call
there you
her.
go.
Yeah.
You know what?
Well,
There's that connection.
she mentioned WMUR, Manchester Union Leaders.
Salmon
Manchester
Press must
Telegraph. I
get
don't
that
know what other-
information.
Well,
Why can't
they're
we-
all down south. I mean, we have people that are in the war that live up north. And so far, we've known of two that have died recently that live up north.
They're going to transport so-and-so to Plymouth or...
I can tell you that our American Legion, our police department, our fire department, including our town hall, who had been up there, I know that.
Oh, we would have done something.
Absolutely, absolutely. I was absolutely ashamed. I really felt ashamed that nobody was up there.
Oh, it's awful.
Yes.
Somebody would have done something. Mm-hmm. I think we start with Donna Rhodes. If she doesn't get the notification, then I would contact the Manchester Union leader.
I think,
And ask him as a
why are we
courtesy.
going public, though? We should start with our state agencies first. They're the ones that get the notifications of the deceased that are coming home.
Our state senator should get that information.
Absolutely. They're the ones that get the information.
Because I want to be sure and get it.
Yeah, and I'll bet you Andy Samberg, Senator Samberg, would be glad to send us a notification. He promised me he would do anything he could.
Call up Andy.
Don't hold your breath.
I can't, I don't have that good of lungs, but I believe Senator Samberg. Did you see that suit he was wearing? How can you
Nice.
not trust a guy in a
Nice
suit like
suit.
that?
All right, call up Andy.
He's from Northfield, isn't he?
This is getting rough.
He covers Northfield. He's
Oh,
not
I see, I
from
get it. All right.
Northfield. I think he's from Warner.
Yeah, he doesn't live in Northfield.
He doesn't live in Northfield.
I heard back from the Belknap County representative for FEMA, and all the forms have been given to the chief. We didn't open up our emergency shelter, so there were no overtime costs there. I spoke with Dennis. He said he had no overtime costs, and I asked him about the condition of the abutments there on the island, and he said that there was no damage.
No additional damage.
Right, no additional damage.
Oh, my word. I can't believe it.
What are you talking about? I drove
It would've
by
been
there
a
today and
perfect-
the stones were everywhere. I'm thinking that the river just knocked those stones into the...
They're further into the river.
They're
Dennis is
much
wrong.
further into
Right,
the
so all they
river.
would do
Because the river is further back.
There's more off than there were before.
How could we miss this opportunity?
Further into the river.
Well, the other problem is that Belknap County didn't meet the threshold.
Oh, so we
So
had to have
the-
a certain amount of damage?
The county has to have a certain
we
amount of
just
dollar
suck it up,
damage.
right?
Yeah.
Nice try.
Well, Belknap County does.
I saw that Grafton and Carroll, was it?
She said Belknap County didn't meet the threshold. I'll
Did Merrimack? We're
No.
close.
No, I
Half of the-
read,
half
I read something and it only
Half of
named
the
two
island.
counties.
The island's in
Grafton
Merrimack.
was one.
The island's in
I'm
Merrimack
not sure if
County.
it was,
The
well,
island is in Merrimack
they had
County.
I
significant
don't believe
flood
Merrimack was
damage
either. We
over
got-
in West Lebanon. All the stores at exit 20 off of 89 got flooded.
Yeah, I heard that.
Still not, some of them still, because my wife and I went up there on
Really?
Sunday.
Queechee was cut
Jason.
off for a week.
Yeah, JC,
Queechee?
Queechee
My-
got, it got destroyed, part of it.
My cousin lives
Yeah.
in Heartland, which is right next door.
I love
And
Queechee.
I went there like 3 weeks ago, and of course I saw the gorge or whatever, but I saw this bridge driving into Heartland that they later showed on the news, that 25 feet at least above the surface of the water, except for when they showed it in the news, the water was up over the
Yeah.
deck and raging. It's like,
when they first said the bridge over Queechee, I'm thinking over the gorge, it's
No.
like, that's
No,
like
Queechee.
No.
200 feet above the
Yeah.
water.
I didn't
But
make
no, it
myself a
wasn't
copy,
that.
but I had sent the board the response from
Is that the White
Dave
River?
Krause. Remember,
No.
you wanted me
the
to
White's
email and
Lebanon.
find out
Queechee
how
River.
much it was. You got
I think it's called the
well, through the
Queechee.
gorge it is, yeah, but there's another river.
There's another
that
river.
comes in, and I don't know what river it was.
I think it's the White.
It was a bad thing for
I think it
those
is the
people.
White.
We crossed the White River and it
I
was
think it is the White River.
it probably,
Is it not? No, I don't think it is the White River, isn't it?
it feeds the White
The
River.
Yeah,
White
feeds-
River winds around down 89.
Yeah, but that's not it, that comes out of a.
And keep,
Is it
the
Smith?
gorge is the, is
SMYTH? Smith, isn't it the Smith?
What time is
Doesn't
it?
matter.
The White's the
Can we
bigger
move
one.
on?
20 minutes?
Yeah, we're waiting for
to
Joyce.
Okay.
No.
Okay, here's the estimate for the boundary survey that we all okayed is $1,600 to $1,950. That is, the bulk of the difference in cost is drafting a final plat suitable for recording, if desired, and additional field work required. Please advise the selectmen have completed the research and field work and should have a preliminary plan available for their review by their meeting Thursday next week.
Oh, the 15th.
That would be interesting. Is he going to present it to us? Or is he just going to give it to us?
I hope he presents it to us.
He said he would present it and explain it.
Well, he can't
'Cause I
come on the
asked him
15th.
that day.
Yeah, he can come he can come at 3.
I asked him, would you show me where the boundary markers are?
Were you there?
Huh? I was
No,
there
we're
when
not.
he was doing it, because I was in the kitchen that day.
Tim, and now
you said
Checking
that.
out the kitchen, yeah.
said that.
And I asked him if he would show me specifically where the markers are, and he said, I'd be happy to, but it's gonna, be a
That's
week.
why our price went to
There
$19.50.
you go. Ask questions, and I'm lucky it wasn't $2,500. Let me hold the stick, $3,000.
Can I look at that through that transit?
5,000.
Could you teach me this?
10,000.
Enough to the point where Bill Gates couldn't afford it.
I love to see that paint mark on that asphalt, though, let me tell you. But about 7 feet in, wasn't it?
Nice.
Boom. I loved it.
I suggest we drive a stainless steel titanium pin in that location.
Oh, I suggest
And
we
leave
get a
it
big
sticking
granite
out.
marker.
Well, only a couple inches.
I want a granite
We'll make
marker.
it sharp.
I got a couple.
Why not?
Okay, on the MS1, you had asked about why Energy North was under electricity and then also under gas. So I emailed Lauren, she said she'd have to check the field card, but they both should be listed as gas. So when I was on the phone with DRA today, going over the MS1, she went ahead and just changed, putting them both under the one line, so you don't have to
Good catch.
re-sign
That's what they
anything.
do in that
Very good
location.
catch.
Hey,
Sure, whatever
ever
else
since
they
Jamie
do.
Dow took away that
And you know, it
30,000, I'm
also
gonna tell you
has
what.
Number two fuel oil.
So we, agreed on what the
variables.
new numbers
But not
were,
there.
but
Very nice.
so we're all set. So
Oh, so
what
it's
I'd like to do
land-type
is, I don't like to
utility,
publish this on the website until we've got our tax rate and there's no change.
No speculating.
Right.
Good, all right, so that's to your credit. And then the other thing is, you had given me an address to check about discharging of water.
I
Got
took care
together
of
with
that
Al.
too.
Okay, because we looked at the
I
ordinance.
called up and I talked to Mark Morrow at
Oh, you did
District
reach
3.
him,
I
okay.
called Mark, talked to him, very nice. Tried to figure out how he could assist us. He is going to write a letter to the individual. Normally, they just have people that discharge onto the state roads like that, sign a waiver of liability. And in this case, where I told him, it's state aid class, it's a class 2 state aid road. We do winter maintenance. So by
Right.
them allowing them to discharge this onto the road creates more work for us, because 90% of the time, depending on the winter, they cannot salt enough there to get that ice going. And there's a huge ice strip there.
Yeah.
Where are we talking about?
Church
Church
Street.
Street.
Church Street, yeah.
So they'll be receiving a letter from,
Okay, and also, Dennis went out and had looked at it as well, and he verified that the conditions.
yeah, and this is ongoing. This is not new.
Yep. I haven't had a chance to talk to our contractor yet to go over our punch list of items for the town hall. But I think it would be helpful if a member of the Board of Selectmen was with me when we go through the list. Because he's going to submit for final payment, we want to make sure that everything's done to our satisfaction. The contract says selectmen or their designee, but it's the selectmen that are the ones that need to be pleased.
When are you going to do the punch list?
As soon as I can speak to him, I'll try and arrange a time. I couldn't reach him today, he had another commitment.
What are we displeased with?
Well, there's this spot missing on the floor there. We'll just go through the list
That's
and
it?
make sure everything's
no.
been done. Because the painting was the last little bit, and he still has to install new electrical fixtures.
I suggest that before we have that meeting, that more than one person, takes the list of things that needed to be done and looks at them, checks them out.
So we want you all to be happy. So you're going to be here tomorrow?
One-ish, 12,
Okay.
sometime between 12 and 1, I'm anticipating. I have a couple morning appointments.
Because I'd really like to get this wrapped up so we can get the rest of our check.
Do you have a schedule for the PD?
No, he has not given me anything for the PD yet.
What's that waiting on?
He was waiting
Cage,
on
isn't
the
it?
cage, the schedule on when the cage would be fabricated.
Okay. Okay.
And that's all I can handle for now.
What about the,
Non-public.
But no, that's going to go another,
no,
at least a
the,
half hour.
You said a few minutes, you lied.
It's only 30.
It's all
no, the architectural engineer.
Oh, I have that if you want me to. Okay. Yes, in our budget for the town hall maintenance and improvements, in our 25, how much did we put in that? 25,000, right, the board did up it. Included in that was for architectural engineering study to have a firm come in and assess the water damage, how the water damage can be corrected, also look at air quality, moisture issues, say what the...
You're talking about our wall.
Yeah. You know, what needs to be done. So this isn't a contractor, it's not a supplier, it's not, you know, one of us saying what needs to be done. It's, you know, a professional architectural engineering firm that a lot of these companies specialize, like with schools, because schools you really have to be.
You know, it used to be you would call the purveyor that did the work, and they would tell you that stuff.
Which reminds me, I
still
still
will.
haven't gotten anything on
You
61.
know, if you need to have your house painted, you don't call
That was my
an
next
engineer and tell you
question.
how to paint it, you call a painter.
We need to call and start demanding that.
So if you
They have a
call,
tendency to be self-serving, though, on some of these
the
things.
problem with this is you'd have to call a mason, you'd have to call probably a roofer, you'd have to call a carpenter.
So the good news is we saved $3,600 on the awnings because I was able to get them resewn, and they held up very well. I thought for sure we'd come in on Monday, Catherine, and see them all ripped off, so they did a good job. So we've got some savings there. We also are getting a credit on our workers' comp premium, because after our audit,
That's unheard of.
yeah,
How on earth?
because it's based on your payroll.
Yeah, it is,
Audit your
but
prior year payroll.
who's missing?
Well, we didn't hire an extra officer.
Right, but would they have anticipated that? I thought they went
No,
off
we- no.
actuals, which
Oh,
would
no,
have been
no,
last
our
year's
budget, no, our
actuals.
budget is based on what
So
we're
they went off our
budgeting.
budgetary figures?
No, our budget estimate went off our budgetary figures.
Right, but the
actual
insurance
payment
company deals
goes-
with the actuals.
Goes for the,
So they wouldn't have based it on last year's actuals?
right, for 2010.
I'm not complaining, I'm just odd.
I know, so we have that. So,
I really do feel that we need to get that addressed and addressed soon because it's leaking in here and that's damaging. But we have to get the water issue resolved as well as the repair.
So we're looking for a structural engineer or architectural structural engineer? What did you call them?
an architectural engineering firm where they have,
You just need a structural engineer.
well, it's not just that, it was talking about the environmental quality, the air quality.
Why do we need the air quality?
Because I get a lot of complaints from people. Some days the
Call up Bob
odor in
Hoy.
here is bad.
Listen, we don't need someone to tell us we have a moisture problem. We know we have a moisture problem down
Right.
there. All you got to do is walk down there.
Right.
So-
And he offered, I asked him if he would come.
Let's just get Bob Hoy down there. It's not going to cost us anything
Yeah.
to look at that. And give us a
And
resolution.
get a structural engineer
To look at
to
how to
look
correct
at
that.
that and the roof, on both roofs, to find out how we can
Correct.
better correct that. And,
Is the neighbor going to help pay for it?
well, we should get him involved in it.
Because it benefits him, too.
Sure does.
Because his building is wood, and there's got to be an awful lot of dampness there that he's picking up.
No, his dampness is going in us.
The side of that inn is
Okay.
quite damp.
Although it was very nice when they took off that little
I have
roof.
3 firms I was going to call, explain what we need, and have them submit a proposal that they can do.
We don't need the air quality portion of it, so that might change
I
your...
would also look for individuals and not just firms, because you might find a savings there. There are a lot of structural engineers that aren't associated with firms.
I like that gentleman that we met at 61.
Yes, I do. I like that gentleman a lot, except I wouldn't go for him because we've waited 3 months now for, 2 months for a report. That would take us into the winter if we waited for him on a report. Okay, I would motion to enter into non-public session as per RSA 91A:3, consideration of the acquisition, sale, or lease of real or personal property which, if discussed in public, would likely benefit a party or parties whose interests are adverse to those of the general community. And E, consideration or negotiation of pending claims or litigation which has been threatened in right.
Second.
Roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Organizing it? No.
Yeah.
I make a motion that we seal the minutes of the non-public as they pertain to legal issues until the matters are resolved.
Land acquisition.
The land acquisition until the matters are resolved. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I would like to propose, kind of late at night, propose that we have a Honor Vicky Virgin Month and have an annual food drive in her name. Selectmen are going to be on the committee.
Yep.
We're asking anybody and everybody that would like to participate on the committee to get in touch with Town Hall, Catherine Wosner, take your name, and come and help us. It will be a month-long process, putting out posters and information, and then collecting the food. And all of the food that is collected will go to the 2 churches downtown that Vicki helped with the food pantries. So, and maybe we can make this an annual event. So please get in touch with us if you would love to help us make this Vicky Virgin food drive. With that said, I would make a motion, we adjourn.
I would second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.